Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me.
Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of Night Quest. I am CMoney, and I'm joined by the always lovely Doodle. I'm joking. She's not here yet. She will be here. But I am joined on Tuesday night, as always, by our motherfucking homie. Oh, shit. I was supposed to mute that. Oh, boy. Motherfucking Foul Bizarre. Shout out to the homie. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you, player.
No problem. How you been, man?
Been doing great, man. Been doing great. Living the vida loca.
Getting your Call of Duty on.
Getting my Call of Duty on.
Didn't buy any skins this weekend, right?
For Call of Duty?
Yeah, you didn't cave and get any skins.
No. I told them it's just, unfortunately, it's just the way it is. Until I see some type of confirmation, like I can't. Yeah. Every time I see something, I'm like, man, it would be cool to have a skin. And it's like, no, they're not going to get me again, bro. They're not. No, make the announcement, take it all back, populate my feed with all my skins that I purchased. And then I'll buy more. But I did buy shit to the Fortnite skins. I got the whole Simpsons crew. That's right. It's mission complete. Everybody's in.
I saw your crew automatically got not canceled, but repurposed over to Game Pass.
Yeah, so it just kind of shifts over. Yeah. But it's funny because of the way that it's done. You basically, my charge happened already this month, like before the turnover. So I don't know if I'm gonna get refunded, but I highly doubt it. I got like a week and a half before this change took over. So yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. I am definitely loving it. It's my favorite season yet by far. It opens up every possibility going forward now. The Simpsons takeover is insane. They did the whole map as the Simpsons in the art style. Like I'm loving it. So I'm looking forward to what they do later. This is, obviously people forget that the Simpsons is now owned by Disney. Disney, bought Fox and all that fun stuff. So
yeah, you don't really think about them as being a Disney property. You're right.
Yeah, you don't think of that it's a Disney property, but Disney had this whole big conference with Fortnite a while ago, basically talking about how they're going to do this big collaboration together. And we didn't really know what it was because they showed like different worlds, right? For all their different properties, they showed different worlds. And we thought it was going to be like one map that you kind of just go to these different places. But what it looks like is that they're going to go and actually do takeovers, where the whole world is just going to be themed. I'm so pumped, man. I'm really, really excited. I'm loving it.
That's smart on their part because the show is losing steam. Oh, I mean, that's
is it?
Yeah,
I don't watch it anymore.
I don't think the show has the same traction that it used to have. I'm not saying it's like in the dumps.
I just think the world that we live in is so different.
Yeah.
Like they used to be edgy. Now you go on Twitter and see crazy shit every day. So it's like there's nothing really edgy that could be done in these cartoons anymore. That being said, we obviously have so much to talk about today, man. Oh, man, there's a lot of good stuff. First of all, Game Award nominees release. Obviously, everybody here knows then it's a joke. As far as the nominees, right? Like, yes, there's some that are deserving in there, but there's some obvious ones that are not deserving. Bro, they fucking put Donkey Kong in the list. If you could put Donkey Kong in the list, you could have chosen from one of the 12 motherfucking bangers that Xbox put out this year to put on the list, right? But they're not going to do that. So who the fuck cares? It's the same shit every year. Doesn't matter. But you know what, though? This year is quite the year, actually, for Xbox when it comes to the Game Awards. Because as much as the ponies love to play awards, we love to play the games, right? And statistically speaking, we crushed it this year in Game Pass. Game Pass is the winner. That is why I named this show Game Award nominees release, but Xbox Game Pass is the winner. And it is. And we're going to talk about it. It's crazy how much of a success Game Pass has become. And we've lived it this whole year, and it's just getting better. Like shit, they announced the Pony Awards when Xbox turned around and announced, oh, by the way, you didn't know, but you're about to get another new day one release in Marvel Cosmic Invasion. What? Bro, that shit was fire. Went hands-on with that game at Summer Games Fest this year. And yes, it's amazing. And it's dropping day one, Game Pass. Bam. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's stop with this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? It's nonsense that this is an idea that Game Pass does not provide high quality content. Come on, man. We got a lot to talk about there for sure. Game Pass, I'm sorry, not Game Pass, gaming heading to PC, right? We've known that Xbox been making those moves and going ahead and merging these two worlds, but we have a big wig over at one of the biggest third-party companies who is out here kind of preaching to the choir, right? Kind of laying down exactly what Xbox has been putting down. So seems like when we look at the scenario, it's all trending in the right direction for Xbox. So we're definitely going to be talking about that. Sarah Bond has a new interview that went out. Again, talking about Xbox, talking about hardware, talking about what they're doing. So it's definitely a really fun interview they did, but we have a key kind of quote to talk about there. And then there's more, man. There's really a lot to talk about. So we're gonna have a fun show. So thank y'all for being here. But before we get into any of that shit, you know how we do here, man. You guys live in the building. You guys are so awesome, man. Thank y'all for rocking out with us. You guys are the shit, not like the bad way, you're the good way, right? You guys are awesome. So thank y'all for being here. But of course, we do want to shout out everyone who supports us over on Patreon and our YouTube members. You guys are awesome. Thank you all for the support. But specifically, we need to shout out our YouTube elite members. That's right. We have the homie Big Boy Mike, Dark Angelic, Queen Witch, and on the Inner Circle members, it's our highest tier. We got the homie Pragmatic Eagle, Hargi Chani, and our boy Marvelous Marvin. Our October champs, that's right, for the whole month, we show who were the top dogs. And the best bot of the month, who was in the building first, was Dark Angelic. Most first super chats, again, Dark Angelic. Biggest super chat for the month was from our boy Mad Leprechaun. He also was the most biggest super chats. He was crushing it last month. Mad Leprechaun, shout out to you, bro. Top 3 most gifted subs for the month was from our homie Lotus Esprit, Ryuar, and Hargi Chani. And the most subs gifted at once came from our homie Lotus Esprit. Shout out to you. We appreciate all the support and we thank you all. But of course, you guys right now live in the building, you guys are supporting us in such a major way, man. And we really do appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. But of course, you know what it is, man. You can't all be the same. Can't all be equal. It's impossible. Okay. Why? I could tell you why. Because you may not know it, but right now, among you, are the specials. That's right. That's right. Right now, there are specials who are among you, but who are these specials and how do you become one? It's very simple. These people, they were the ones who we went ahead and put out that on-point bat signal, and they said, holy shit, it's live. Let's go. Now, today, there were some technical difficulties, okay? So, sadly, I know in this particular link that you guys are at now, this wasn't the one that a lot of people went to first. I don't know what happened, but YouTube created a bunch of different links when we set this up, and it got weird. But I did take a screenshot of the first place that people entered, so I got to give them their credit for doing so. So although it's not on this list here, I do have the photo, and I will show you the photo as proof because I know, you know, we got points involved and people are trying to make it onto November champ list. So I'm not trying to take anybody's points away, but I do have to go ahead and wait, did I take a picture? I'm pretty sure I did. Yes, right here. Okay. Number 3 in the building. It's our homie. Motherfucking Be Nice in the building. Shout out to our boy. Number 3 in the building. You the man. Thank you so much, bro. You are officially one of the specials of the evening. Shout out to you, my dude. Thank you for being here. Number 2 in the building. That's going to be our boy, Mr. Teddy Keys. Shout out to our boy, Mr. Teddy Keys in the building. You the man. Number 2. You ain't taking nothing. You ain't taking nothing? I think what I was going to say is you ain't taking no shit from nobody. But I feel like you ain't taking nothing from nobody either. Works out. I just felt like the taking no shit was more appropriate. You know what I'm saying? Because you did it. You beat a lot of people to be here. So shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. Now, who's number 1? The best bot of the night. That is the question. Who is that person? Well, in this case, we have to go ahead and shout out our homie, mother effing Becca in the building. That's right. Shout out to our girl Becca. She was number 1 in the building. I have it here. Let's see if it won't be blurry. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Dancing in and out. No. Yes. Okay. I think you can see that says Becca. RSJ fan is Becca. Mr. Teddy Keys is long as hell. You see it there. And Be Nice. You can see the picture. All right. That's my proof. Just so you guys don't think I was playing, y'all. You did it. Shout out to you guys. Go ahead and pop that real quick. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much again for being here, man. You guys are the shit. Now, I got to update the banner, by the way. But before I do that, I can't click it because for some reason it didn't make its way into here. But Dark Angelic did go ahead and do the first super chat of the night. He did a $2 super chat, and it says distraction because CMoney is in the Epstein files. That's real crazy to say.
Yeah,
First of all, YouTube might have just struck me right now for saying some crazy shit like that. All right. But yes, that's wild to say, Dark Angelic. No, that is crazy to say. Let me update this list. Dark Angelic out here with some. That's a flagrant foul. All right, that's the way.
That's like a 10-point deduction for the month.
I feel like that's like a point minus. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what happens there. All right, hold on. This is shift. Let me get night quest. All right, so we had who did we say? What did we say? It was number 3 was Be Nice. 3rd, Be Nice. 2nd, Teddy Keys. And 1st, Becca in the building. And then 1st, our boy Dark. All right, beautiful. Caught up. All right, now let me put this in here because I don't want to break any hearts. You did the work. You're supposed to be recognized. We got to have it in here the correct way. So first 2 people in the building, we'll put it again. You got oopsies. Got Be Nice. No, that's Becca. RSJ fan. Bam. And then Mr. Teddy Keys. And then Be Nice. All right. Boom. Oh, that's the wrong way. Listen, I didn't say this was smooth. I just said it was getting done. Okay. And then first super, we got our boy Dark. All right. It's only fair that everybody has their time to shine. Okay. Beautiful. Dunzo. Lovely. Let's get that clicked on. That's what I like to see. All right. That's good. Now, the question is, who else is in this bitch? Okay. Who else is hanging out with us tonight? I see our boy Space Shot in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate you. James Kofi, what's going on, brother? I see Ryu are in the building. What's up, player? Game Shark in the building. What's up, man? Twinkle, twinkle, baby. I see the homie E Ranks. What's going on, my dude? Thank you for rocking out with us. Sir Riffs a lot. What is going on? Says CMoney. I expect a lot of TTS in the night. I mean, listen, I think it's a very TTS worthy show. You know what I'm saying? You got the homie Infinity Nerd in the building. What's going on? Says, damn, man, I've been waiting for you guys to go live. I've been so bored. Oh, man, appreciate you, bro. Sorry that we had a fucking technical difficulty to start, but we here. Outward Lyric, what's up, man? Thank you for rocking out with us. It says, is CMoney live on YouTube Shorts? I don't know if it's YouTube Shorts, but we're supposed to be live in multiple places right now. So I don't know if it's working. I'm assuming it is. So, you know, I don't know. Tell me how you like it in the comments. All right. Let me know if it worked out or if it makes sense. I'm trying to figure this new stuff out too.
It looks like you might be live in 2 places. I got 2 screens up.
Nice.
I got the portrait mode and I got the landscape mode. So it looks like you might have 2 streams going.
That's what I'm talking about. All right. That works, man. Tegan in the building. What's up, man? Loki 478. What's up, man? He says Death Stranding 2's nomination is basically the Kojima Award. Keely is biased as fuck. I mean, listen, I think at this point there's enough evidence throughout any given year to condemn Jeff Keighley as, you know, just a pony. Now it just is what it is. You know, he is, and you know, it's his prerogative. You know, there's ponies in power, right? That's just what happens when you got, you know, ponies in power. It is what it is. I mean, look, I think we all know that when we watch this show, the Keighley Awards, we're there for one thing and one thing only, right? We're there to see new shit, right? We want to see new games, new trailers, what's coming out. Hopefully this year, hopefully Xbox uses the TGAs like they used it back in 2019 and go ahead and show us the new console. You know what I'm saying? That's what I feel. That's what I hope, right? But I think we all know, like, the awards are like very second fiddle to it. You know, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of investment in this particular year because Claire Obscure Expedition 33 was such a, you know, critical hit, and, you know, as far as like people are concerned, people love the game. And it really has like a strong sense of community rallying behind it, and everybody wants to see it win. So the only people are the ponies, obviously, who are sitting here trying to, you know, think that the 19 nominations mean something to anybody. It's pretty embarrassing when you can just blatantly see how they stuck games that don't even belong there in them, right? Like, just for the sake of doing it. Like, it's just so ridiculous. But yeah, you're 100% right, Loki. It just kind of is what it is, and we'll take it. We'll use them for what it's worth, which is new games, new announcements, new trailers, and possibly new Game Pass games. And that's really where our love goes. Did I say E ranks. I think I said E ranks, but shout out to you, homie. Appreciate you. I meet Kumar in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. I see Rochanel Jean Baptiste. Dope name, man. Thank you for being here. Says, hey, finally catching the live stream. Shout out to you. Glad that you're here. Thank you so much for rocking out with us. And let me see. Space Shot says, is blurry like proof of Bigfoot? That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. I don't even know what that means. So I'm just going to let that be. Hair, ass, 60Y. What? I don't even know what that is, but shout out to you for watching us over on Twitch. Appreciate the one viewer we have over there. Trey Bone, what is going on, man? Thank you for being here. If you're looking at your screen on a regular size screen, you know what I'm saying, like a regular size monitor or something, and we're tiny, that's because you're in the stream for the shorts or the, you know, the vertical, I don't know, some new shit. So just go on the other one. There's another link that should take you to the horizontal one. Theoretically, I mean, I don't really know 100%.
Yeah, StreamYard got smart, and I guess if that's what they want to call it, and they decided to make two versions of the YouTube stream, one in portrait mode, one in landscape mode. So whichever method you like, it's available to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. I mean, I could see for whatever reason this, you know, StreamYard is choosing to make me only see
the chat is the same. Amit, the chat is the same in both. It's just, yeah,
it is the same in both.
It's just a dual stream with different camera like format layouts, but everything's the same between both.
Yeah, it's all counting towards the same place, I guess. I see Masshole 1977 in the building. What's up, man? Pal in the building. What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here. Outward Lyric, what's going on, fam? APBIMB, what's up, man? Says truth is here and my birthday. Oh shit! Happy birthday, man! Shout out to you, homie. APIMB in the building, man. Thank you for being here, bro. Shout out to you. Hope you had an amazing birthday. Hope you, you know, got some birthday fun, if you know what I mean. You know, gifts like games and toys. You know, let's see. It's better when Doodle's here. All right. When Doodle's here, she'll fill in the blanks. You know what I'm saying? When I say it, it just sounds weird. So I'm just not going to say it no more. We'll wait till Doodle gets here. Excuse me. Def Leppard in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. He says portrait mode screen on the TV. Well, listen. Yeah, it shows. I think it shows that you're watching it in the portrait mode. So I don't know. Listen, just figure it out. Check to see if there's another one. I'm not sure. Amit Kumar says, at this point, I just don't give a fuck about the awards. I'm there for the trailers. Listen, to be real, they don't really care about the awards. They do it just to give it the reason. But you see how they handle these awards during the stream. They just kind of like bang them out real quick. All right, let's get back to the games. Because he knows what everybody's there for, right? Why so serious in the building? What's up, man? Thank you for rocking out, bro. Appreciate you, homie. All right. Oh shit. E-Rex says Yote is going 0 for 7.
Yeah, I find that hilarious. Like the one game that they actually made, you know, they're riding the back of they're riding the back of Death Stranding.
Damn.
Which
Jeff was like, listen, dog, I know you want to be here, but I can't risk Death Stranding getting snubbed by you. You know what I'm saying? Like if Claire wins, is all good. But if Ghost of Yote wins because the ponies are voting, woo, that'd have been a problem. Hey, Gamer Live 95, what's up, man? You didn't miss anything. We're just rocking out right now. We're getting started. All right. And I see Dusty Turtle. What's up, man? Oh shit, Little Caesars. God damn, we had one close to us and it closed down. That sucks. It was so good. Alvin, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. All right. Let's get this party started. Okay. We got some things to talk about. Let me see here. Normally we have didn't make the cut. I don't think we have too much on didn't make the cut. You know what? Let's talk about. We're going to talk. This is going to be a didn't make the cut, but it's not going to be the same. It's going to be a little brief. I do want to just talk about something that's not necessarily a topic, but it's just kind of, I would say, maybe annoying to me, and want to talk it out with the homies. So this didn't make the cut, and one thing I want to talk about for sure is the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 hate that I've been seeing nonstop. All right, from a lot of different angles. Okay. First, before we even get into any of it, Pharaoh, have you played Black Ops 7 at all yet?
No, because I didn't finish Black Ops 6 yet. I'm like, I've just finished the one where you have like all the imaginary zombies.
Okay.
Like when you get hit with the drugs in the campaign and like you're all by yourself. I've just finished that one, and then I haven't had a chance to pick it back up. So I'm like a couple missions away from finishing Black Ops 6, and then I'll jump into Black Ops 7.
Okay. All right. So Black Ops 7 is getting a lot of hate. Okay. And I think the problem is like the extremes that people are going to describe how quote unquote bad it is. And it's kind of wild because number one, Black Ops 7 multiplayer is fucking amazing. So there's no version of this where you can come out here and talk shit about Black Ops 7 multiplayer. It's dope as fuck. Having a great time on it. Been playing the shit out of it on my Xbox Ally X, but not locally. No. I've been playing Black Ops 7 incognito without people knowing on Xbox Game Pass Cloud. That's right. Through the Xbox Cloud. I've been going out there online and just literally having a blast. Xbox's cloud service is phenomenal. I gotta tell you, for whatever reason, I tried it on both GeForce Now and on Xbox Cloud, and I'm not saying that this is a unanimous, like across the board scenario, but for Call of Duty Black Ops 7, it was running better on the Xbox Cloud versus GeForce Now. Okay, I had to literally go and play it on Xbox Cloud because it did not feel as good as it did on the Xbox Cloud. And I've been going online, having a blast, busting ass. I posted a picture on Twitter because I'm going positive. You know what I'm saying? 20 and 13, like 30 and fucking 18. I'm killing people. I'm winning. I'm doing good in the game over the cloud. And it just made me remember all the bullshit that the cloud gets for, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's like, no, fam, you can absolutely, in today's world right now, as long as you have internet, obviously, you can go ahead and play multiplayer. Oh, Amit Kumar, that's 100% Thursday night is going down. Mick Kumar says you should do a community night for Black Ops 7, CMoney. That's Thursday night, fam. It's happening. It's going down. I might try to just make it a Black Ops night and see if we can maybe get somebody who wants to do some co-op for the campaign, so start in the campaign, play that for a while, and then switch over to multiplayer. Maybe even do a little zombies. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. We could just have a good time. So but that's gonna be Thursday. So but Black Ops 7, when it comes to playing over the cloud, amazing. They did great. As far as the multiplayer itself, fire, love the maps, love everything. It's really, really good. It's like the whole skill-based matchmaking bullshit, all that nonsense that they go back and forth with. I just been playing on the open mode. It's pretty cool. I don't have a lot of issues with it. Sometimes I end up in rooms where they're just monsters, right? Like this just is what it is. Like I can't breathe, right? I'm dying every few seconds just because that was the luck of the draw, because they don't have skill-based matchmaking in those modes. I did go do the other ones. The problem is that I prefer team deathmatch. The other, if you go to right now, what they have for the skill-based matchmaking stuff is like it's a bunch of different modes, and I'm not really like, I have to be in a very specific mood to want to play those other versions. So I just been in the open, and I've been having a great time, man. I've been loving it. So like, I don't want to, like, that whole conversation has to die. And considering that is the vast majority of people who are buying Black Ops 7 are there for the multiplayer, it's crazy to give the game a full fucking, I've seen 5, I've seen 6s, I've seen 7s for, because of the campaign. Where, let me tell you a secret, the first mission that I played on the campaign and I beat it, I got a rare achievement. 0.44% of the people have unlocked this goddamn achievement for just the first one, right? So people are talking shit about a mode that 99% of them haven't even touched, right? Which is crazy, right? So like, as far as the actual campaign is concerned, listen, it's different, okay? I don't think it's bad different. I think it's different in the sense, it actually reminds me more of not last year's game, but the game before it, right? Where it had more of like an open world feel, but this is still not open world. I mean, maybe it is, but the story takes you to where you need to be. So it still feels streamlined in that way. It's just more open. And I enjoyed the fuck out of it. The shooting is amazing. Everything feels amazing. And they're just putting you outside. Now, when it comes to the actual story, you know, they're going ahead and they're leaning into the hallucination stuff, right? It's, you know, but there's a purpose. There's a way it happens when you get in there, but it takes you and you do a bunch of cool, crazy shit. Like it's so creative. It's so dope in that way. Like, I just can't get behind the hate train that these people have for Black Ops 7. It's literally, it's such a fire game. And again, I've played a good amount of the campaign. I haven't finished it completely because I've been diving deep into the multiplayer, but it's definitely a great experience. People keep putting this bullshit on top of it because they keep wanting like this military shooter. Like, I see people posting and they're like, "Oh, Call of Duty used to be bitch, they did it. How many times do you want them to do the same fucking shit? How many times can they roll up on a boat onto a beach? Like, how many times do you want these motherfuckers to do the same thing? It's crazy. These people are so obsessed with this shit. And the crazy thing is that they're in such a minority because they talk all this shit, but then at the end of the day, the numbers show different, right? Now, this is the thing that also gets me. We've had this discussion before, but now that it's coming here, we have to kind of bring it up again. And it's the fact that you have people who keep posting the Steam numbers for Call of Duty, right? And it blows my mind how disingenuous it is when they do this, because, fam, like, it doesn't matter how many people are playing concurrently on Steam. At the end of the year, more people have bought that game than any other game, right? And that's telling you that Steam is not the main place, and we know that. Call of Duty blew up on console. That's the reality of what it was. It was out on PC, but it blew up on console. That's what happened, and that's where it lives. It's the most played game on console between that and Fortnite every fucking time. Go look at the fucking list of Steam or PC, whatever. When they do those rankings, Call of Duty is never up on top. It's never. The PC players don't fuck with Call of Duty like they do with the other games they fuck with. So let's stop with the bullshit. Pretend, oh no, look how down it is. No, it's literally really not. Like, it's just, stop the bullshit, right? Just stop the bullshit. You're so full of shit. You know the game is fire. That's all. There's no other way around it. The game is fun as fuck when you look at the multiplayer, and the single player is just as good. And if you're playing with your friends, it's even better. Right now, I saw a comment over here, and from our boy Amit Kumar. Right, he says, "I don't know why people have some wild expectations for COD. It's COD, bro. It comes out every year. It's like McDonald's. It's like any annual game. You can always rely on it. COD is a fun arcade shooter. It is. I don't know what people want from these games, right? Now, go ahead.
It's the same for all the big games that release every year. There's all these complaints every time that it comes out. But the core fan base loves the game. It's a very vocal minority, whether it be your Madden, your 2Ks, your FIFAs, your Call of Duties, any of those annual releases, there's somebody that's going to have a problem with that version of the game. It's just COD is the biggest one, so it has the largest vocal minority.
Facts. And it's just so stupid. It's just so stupid, and it's so tiring to see these same people, talk the same bullshit nonstop. But again, it is what it is. As far as we're concerned, and this is where I think it's such a different thing for us. And I feel like I'm feeling it throughout like the fandom of Xbox, where I'm starting to realize that I'm seeing less and less people engage in the bullshit, because like they're literally arguing or talking shit about things that do not serve them as gamers at all, right? Like these people are out there talking about the awards, they're talking about all this other shit, and we're going to go ahead and talk about them as well, but in the context that we've already kind of laid out, where like it's cool to know that when Xbox said, hey, we're going to make Game Pass amazing for you, and then you go ahead and see that at the end of the year, so many of the games that are nominated were released day one into Game Pass. It's crazy, right? It's crazy how high of a bar Xbox has made the Game Pass, service become. It's a high watermark in gaming. There's no subscription like it in the world. It's crazy.
You know why we don't engage in the bullshit? Like when we're being like completely honest here, like it's because we do have a premium service and we play way more games than them. Like we just do. Like people who are like really into gaming, we play way more games than them because we're able to buy, depending on your their disposable income, you're able to buy a couple games a month and you're able to dabble in 6 or 7 games in Game Pass every month. If you're really, a hardcore gamer, you're gaming like that. These people who make all this discourse, they make all this noise because they just don't have a lot to play, and their discretionary income will never equal up to what comes in the Game Pass plus what you buy additionally. It just won't, because there's like what 700 games in there, so no one's buying 700 games a year. It's just not happening.
It's not. It's real wild, but that's the reality. And I think you nailed it. But that doesn't put us above mocking them for it. You know what I'm saying? I still gotta enjoy that part of it. That's the beauty. All right. Let's see if there's anything else didn't make the cuts. Nah, we'll talk about that with it. Halo released its final season, Operation Infinite.
Oh yeah, for the Halo Infinite, yeah.
It's the last one before they completely transition over to focusing only on
the new multiplayer.
The new Halo. With all the other new projects that they're doing.
Yeah, I say the new multiplayer has to be coming soon. Like I know they didn't announce it, but they don't necessarily have to. Like when it's ready, they can just kind of drop it.
Yeah, I'm ready to see all the other stuff. I thought we might have gotten a sneak peek. I know we know the stuff is coming, but I was hoping to see the other things as well. But listen, Halo coming out is dope, and it's funny because we have a friend who's a PlayStation fan, and he is so excited, so like giddy excited that Halo is finally coming to PlayStation. He is so happy. He started telling me about the stories of when he used to play Xbox at his friend's house, and they did the lasso for Halo 3. Like it's crazy how Halo is gonna finally in this kind of new world that we're in actually have a access to a much larger audience, right? So this is going to be a very, very cool thing to see Halo out here doing its thing, and being able to have multiple Halo games coming out. This is just it's awesome, man. So definitely excited. I am going to hop in, kind of into the multiplayer for Halo for Operation Infinite. Got to kind of get my Halo on, and maybe next week we'll do another Halo for this one. This week is going to be Call of Duty on Thursday. Black Ops 7 on Thursday. But maybe next Thursday we'll go ahead and next Thursday we'll do the Halo. Oh my God, I saw this one. I was going to make it a thing, but then I was like, it's been the same shit for so long, but it's crazy that they're still talking about it. I don't know if you saw this 9 hours ago. What's his name? Genki or whatever, Genki Japan. He posted Final Fantasy VII remake director Naoki Hamaguchi says they had trouble with Xbox Series S's lower memory, but worked hard until the end to optimize and get around it. One thing we had trouble with, and I think this is true for other developers, is the Xbox Series S's available memory. It doesn't have a huge amount, so we had to work right up to the line to optimize the memory all the way to the end of development. We were working every day to make sure it was as efficient as possible and to get around any problems it was causing. It wasn't the same level of adjustment as with Switch 2, where we rebuilt the entire pipeline. It was really just the limited memory. Do you hear that shit?
I hear it.
Do you hear how stupid that fucking sounds to say you're complaining about all this shit, but then be like, I mean, it wasn't as bad as the Switch 2, where we had to rebuild everything. What?
Final Fantasy in particular is known for, their developers are known for always lying about the hardware. Saying that like Final Fantasy 16 was only capable on the PlayStation 5 and things like that. Like they've always kind of ran with that PlayStation jargon, and I think it's just kind of made it over to Switch now that is going to the Switch, and I think a lot of that just has to do with loyalty to country. I really think that's what it is, because there's no way you're going to tell me that a Series S can't run any PS4 game, because that's what Final Fantasy VII Remake is. It's a PS4 game.
That's what doesn't make any sense. Like, motherfucker, how much memory was in the PlayStation 4?
Yeah, so it's a PlayStation 4 game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, even though it didn't release on the PlayStation 4, is also a PlayStation 4 game. They use the exact same Unreal 4 engine. So it's nothing that a Series S or a Series X can't do. It's a very weird stance to take. Like, we're just uneducated about the hardware that we purchase. I mean, the game is capable of running on an Xbox One S, let alone a Xbox Series S. So I don't see it.
Yeah, that's crazy. It just doesn't make any sense to me, and I feel like so many games, like, man, like I feel like you should be embarrassed. Like, you should be embarrassed to come out here and say, hey, we had a hard time. You know what I'm saying? Like you're embarrassing yourself because countless other developers who have been making way more graphically intensive games than you guys have are not coming out here to embarrass themselves. I had the opportunity to interview somebody from the team at Dying Light the Beast.
Mm-hmm.
The interview's up. Great interview. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. But these guys, I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen Dying Light the Beast or played Dying Light the Beast, but graphically, that shit is amazing, right? It's a stunning, beautiful game. It runs beautifully on the handheld, on the Xbox Ally X. Wonderful, just native, beautiful. They had no problem. They said that they just, as they're building the game, they tweak it for everything it's shipping on. And he even said that there's way lower on PC that they had to contend with. So, like, it's just basically the caliber of the dev at this point. Like, that's the only thing you can do. Like, fucking Rockstar is not talking shit about the fucking Series S.
Their own devs aren't talking shit because they had no problem porting Final Fantasy 16 over. That's a whole different team that did 16 from 7, but their own devs didn't have any problem moving it from PlayStation to PC to Xbox. Like, it just dropped on Series S and X, and we didn't hear any type of it was so hard for the S until now.
Exactly. It's like, come on, man. Come on. Like, be better, right? Like, be better. Stop the shit. And then what are they gonna, like, think about how stupid it is, right? To have them come out here and say this about the Switch, right? How much, just so I don't go away talking to myself, how much memory does the new Steam machine have available to it?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Why don't you look it up? I'm sure chat will let us know while we wait and see how much memory is available on El Steam machine.
Let's see.
It
has
go ahead.
Spec sheet, full specs. Here we go. RAM 16.
But nope, that's
16. 16 DDR5 plus 8 gigabyte DDR6 VRAM.
It's 8. The 16 is not from what we know, because that'd be a different beast. The 8 is for the actual
gaming.
That's the reason I noped out of it. Bounty in the building. What's up, man? I see you, homie. Feel more pocket. What's good, man?
Yeah, the Steam machine, it seems nice for what it is, but once you realize the limitations that comes with it, I'm not sure if it's a device that is for everyone. Like, if you're purchasing it thinking that you're going to play COD and Warzone and anything that has anti-cheat, Destiny, whatever your Fortnite. If you think you're just gonna boot it up and play it, as soon as you plug it in, you're not. You're gonna have to find a workaround because it doesn't work natively on the device at this point in time. So, I think a lot of people are overselling the device and not, where a lot of people undersold the Xbox Ally X. I think a lot of people are overselling the Steam machine and not educating people of the limitations of Steam OS that it currently has.
And I think that's the thing, right? Because what they want to do is the world is trying to go ahead and take Steam and use it as the weapon against Xbox on the other side, right? So it's PlayStation on the console side, but they want to treat Steam, who the Steam Deck, as popular as it is, only managed to sell 5 million handhelds, right? Approximately, give or take, right? In multiple years, right? It's been years now that the Steam Deck, and that's commutative, right? Like that's all the Steam Decks. That's not, one model of the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Right. So
a lot of people upgrade it from one to the other.
Yeah, so they're double dipping as well, right?
Yeah.
So which we did, right? So like people forget that as cool as it is, Valve is not a like consumer facing, like outside of the PC world, right? Valve is nobody, right?
Yeah.
Steam means nothing to the Fortnite kids and and their parents. You know what I'm saying?
Steam does this all the time. They release hardware, they get kind of smacked up a little bit where it just doesn't necessarily sell great. They disappear from the hardware business for a little bit, and then they come back with new hardware. But I mean, it never takes off because it's always made on demand. It never makes it to retail store. And the people who are Steam customers who love Steam don't necessarily love Steam hardware. Like, just because you love Steam doesn't mean you love Steam hardware. And at the end of the day, if we're being honest, the best way to enjoy Steam is on Windows. It's not on Steam OS. The combination of 100%. Steam and Windows is the best combination. Yes, Steam OS is a little bit more lightweight, so you get a little bit better performance, but you can't play everything on it. Versus Windows, you can play everything. It may not perform as well as it would on Steam OS, but unless you're being a complete and utter frame snob, you're not going to notice like a 5-frame difference. It's not that big of a performance gap between Steam OS and Windows OS, especially when you're talking about playing it on a PC.
100%. And I think that's the thing. I think that people are trying to use the Steam name as like I said, as a weapon against Xbox and what they're planning to do. But that's why I love what Phil did when he quote tweeted the announcement, like, hey, yeah, this is great. We got more places to sell our shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you guys forgot that we sell our games on Steam. Okay, cool. Yes, sure. Go buy the Steam box and then go buy our games, because you can't subscribe to Game Pass on the Steam box, right? On the Steam machine, you can't get no Game Pass, right? So you
can't access GOG. Like you can't
access anything.
You can't naturally access GOG.
No, you have to turn it into a PC to do it.
Yeah.
And then at that point, what are you even doing? Right.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not to hate on it. It's gonna have its customer base, but it
has its place.
But just make sure if you're gonna talk about it, like talk about it, because people are gonna be misinformed and buy the device thinking that it does something that it doesn't. And they're telling you exactly what it does, but a lot of people are on here saying like, oh, it's the Xbox killer, or is this or is that, and it's shaping a perception of the device that isn't necessarily true when it comes to the device.
100%. I see the homie 108 Dragon in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, homie. All right. Let me. What's this? Okay. Nope, that's good there. All right. Let me see if there's anything else before we hop it. Oh, well, I guess we could chat about this a little bit before we move on to the main show. Genki also did a post and said PlayStation president Hideki Nishino reportedly pushed through PlayStation 5 price cut in Japan after seeing system slump against the Switch 2. Previous management believed it was acceptable for Nintendo to erode PlayStation's market share in Japan. New leadership decided to make a Japanese-only PlayStation 5 for the Japanese market, like Nintendo did with the Switch 2. Price cut comes at a risk, with the Japan-only PS5 possibly being sold at a loss. New Japanese PlayStation president Hideki Nishino and the Japanese team helped push forward the new Japan-focused measures. So over in Japan, I don't know if I don't think we covered it, or maybe we did briefly. But But obviously, PlayStation, they've just released a new PlayStation 5 in Japan. But it is the base, the regular model, right? Just cheaper. Supposedly pretty significantly cheaper. But I don't know, like, as far as the actual translation of dollars, like I don't know how much cheaper it is.
Yeah.
But supposedly it's pretty significantly cheaper. And they're doing that, which we're seeing now, as a response to getting slapped up by Nintendo. I mean, it's crazy because the ponies told me that PlayStation is dominant and they don't have to bow down to anybody. No one gives PlayStation work, as they say. But why they have to go and lose money on PlayStations now?
Well, they've lost their footprint in Japan. It's mainly a Switch and PC dominated market over there. PC, mobile, and Switch is the three ways that they game. They don't really game on PlayStations too much. So they're just trying to, gain back some market share in Japan, because they've ignored it for so long. Even to the point where they changed the controller and pissed off the whole Japanese audience when they launched the PS5. So, yeah. So they're just doing what they can to kind of get a little bit more of a foot in Japan than they had before. But I think the only way that they gain a foot in Japan is if they release another Vita. They have to release another handheld, a real handheld, not the Portal with the cloud on it, but a real handheld, native handheld.
It's just curious, because it's just the ponies. They say so much, right? Like they say so much, and you listen and you say to yourself, "Well, how could this be? Why would the almighty PlayStation bow down to the toy maker, to the kiddie console?" That is something. I don't know. Well, listen, it is what it is. I just wanted to talk about it. I thought it'd be nice to just to let everybody know that the almighty PlayStation, as the ponies would call them, they got scared. They got scared. They got real scared of Nintendo in Japan and said, "Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna lower that price. Maybe you guys want to come over now." It's a sad day to see it, but look, I don't know if it's okay for PlayStation owners to know that like their prices went up over here in America and everywhere else, but over there in Japan they get a special, special treatment, and they get it for cheaper. I don't know. It just kind of is what it is, yo. It is what it is. You got to live with it, not me. All right, let's go ahead and start this motherfucking show. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna start
Let's go.
this show. Well,
it's all good. It's all good. Pre-show.
We do here, man.
Nothing like a good pre-show. Nothing like a good pre-show.
Exactly. Nothing like a good pre-show. Let me do this here and do this. Okay, beautiful. All right. Hold on. Gotta get it all ready to go. Get my chapter right there. Beautiful. All right. Okay, and then I'll pull it up here. All right. So, chapter 1. The Game Award nominees have been released. They've been announced. The whole song and dance was done for them, and they came out and they pretty much announced everything that you could imagine it being. Our son Madman did predictions, and he predicted 5 of the 6 correct, and the 6th one that he missed, he had a backup, which turned out to be the one that went in there. But like, it's predictable, right? Like, you know what was going to be announced. I will say definitively, I feel better about this year. Like, I'm not too worried or too upset about it, because, like, for instance, Death Stranding 2, like, compared to Death Stranding 1, right? When Death Stranding 1 dropped, ponies were in a different place. PlayStation was in a different place with their relationship with Kojima. At that point in time, nobody knew if anything was going to go anywhere, if Kojima was just going to stay making love to PlayStation forever. Coming into the release of part 2, we already know that Kojima said, I'm done. I'm out. You don't own me no more. Okay, I own Death Stranding. That's just mine, mio. So, doesn't really matter that Death Stranding 2 is nominated. We know that that's for the streets, right? Like they'll tell us, right? They're beta testing it for us. Maybe they'll put a little extra spit and shine by the time it comes over to Xbox. But yeah, so that one really doesn't matter. And the ponies know it, right? Because you don't see them really touting it too much, right? They're more focused on the 19. They got 19 noms, right? And I'll find the other link for that in a little bit. But the one that makes me feel good is, listen, I'm big on being justified, right? Like, I like when I say things and then things happen that line up with what I said. And I told y'all nonstop that Ghost of Yote wasn't it, right? From the beginning, right? I told y'all it wasn't it. And it's a pony game. And that bitch did not make it in to the game of the year. Now, any other year, they're trying to put that game into game of the year contention, right? But they're not. They didn't. Ghost of Yote did not make the cut because even the ponies couldn't get enough of them together to push that bitch in. Okay, so I feel good about that. So that makes that just the cherry on top for me with this whole scenario. I'm happy. I'm good with that. But this list here is the story that I want to talk about. Okay, because the noms for the Game Awards, again, predictable. We already know it. We know nobody's showing up to that party to care about the noms. What are they going to care about, Pharaoh, when they go watch that show? What are they going to care about?
I guess Death Stranding and whatever else got nominated this year.
No, fuck the nominations. They're going to care about the game trailers when they go watch that shit, right? The new game releases, what's coming out.
You talking about the ponies?
Hotness. Yeah, everybody.
I was going to ask, they get those? They get new.
Yeah, no. Ponies don't get shit. But we go ahead and we watch the Game Awards for the new game announcements, right? World premiere, right? And hopefully Xbox showing us some hardware, right? That's what we show up for. That's why we watch the Game Awards, okay?
Yeah,
that's what it's for. It's for the games, right? But This is the thing. This list here is so important because while the entire year the pony nerds have been sitting there doing their calculations saying there's a good chance, we got a good chance that Ghost of Yote is going to make it in. Oh, Death Stranding is going to make it. Oh man, we got these games in here. They're caring about awards, right? They got 2 games, 1 game from first party, 2 games from publishing. The whole year, 12 months, 365 days, 2 games that they played on a weekend and now it's gone forever.
Yep.
So 6 days out of 356 days. How many? No, 365. How many days is it?
365, 366 on a leap year.
359 days. They ain't playing shit from PlayStation. Okay. And anything else they're playing, they bought, right? Cool. Well, this is the thing. You look at this list right here. Okay. You look at this list. This is a list. King Dudley put this together. And I'm going to read Xbox kind of did their own thing too, so I'll go read that as well, so you can see that Xbox knows what's what. But for the real gamers, for the people excited to play their games, right? For the people excited to say, hey, I love to play games whenever I can. Okay. For those people, they're going to look at this list and realize that at the Game Awards 2025, there's actually only one real winner. And that, my friends, is Xbox Game Pass and everyone who subscribed to them. Okay. Because this is the thing. King Dudley put this list together, says Xbox Game Pass day one drops. That means Xbox went, found these games, made deals with them, and said, hey, put your game on our service for our players for El Gratis for them. You take the bag, we'll pay you, you're good to go, and then release your game wherever the hell you want. But our players, the ones that rock with Xbox and the Xbox ecosystem, yes, those guys, we want your game in their service, and they're going to play it for free. Let's talk about this list, because right now you have the 2025 Game Award nominees that landed day one in Game Pass. Okay. Mm-hmm. You have the one that broke them all, broke records, most nominations in the history of the Game Awards over 10 years, most nominations. Claire Obscure Expedition 33, day one in Game Pass. Game Pass players did not have to say, shit, rent is due. I can't buy a game. Oh, man, I got to go get some formula for the baby. God, I can't play. I got to go pay some goddamn other bills. I can't buy this game.
All I got to say is for Expedition 33, shout out to Xbox for one, securing that game. And for two, keeping it completely quiet. No rumors about it or nothing. It just showed up on their stage. Boom. And it's going to be in Game Pass day one. And the first time we saw it, it was just amazing from the first time we saw it. Shout out to them for finding that one.
Hell yeah.
And not only did they find it, they kept it secret.
Finding it for us. You know what I'm saying? They found it for us. And that's the key, right? That's what the ponies don't understand.
Well, they found it and funded it. Partially.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. Yeah. They went ahead and got this game. And they said, we want it for our service. We want your game for our service because your game is special and our players are special. And therefore, we give them your game in the service. Fantastic, right? Most nominated, all of history. We got this game day one. All you had to do is hit download. All you had to do is hit download and play. Or if you're really feeling pumped about the cloud like I do, fuck hitting download, just hit play, boom, you were able to stream it day one in the subscription beautifully.
That cloud is amazing, especially on this Ally app. That's amazing.
Oh my god, it's so amazing on the Ally. It's so good. So that's one Claire Obscure, right? We got that day one. Hollow Knight Silksong, game that just dropped not too long ago, right before the Xbox Ally X drop. Rave reviews. People are loving it. That game nominated for many awards. It is day one in Game Pass. The next game on the list, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. That's right. One of the best games of last year that ultimately became my game of the year last year. Obviously, it missed the cutoff for last year's nominations. So this year, it was eligible. And it does, in fact, even though the ponies are trying to tell you that the game wasn't great, it is nominated for awards. And guess what? It was day one in Game Pass. Obviously, that's a first-party studio that they bought with Bethesda. You also have Avowed, which is on that list. a first party studio. You have South of Midnight on that list, first party studio, but you have another third party game that they went ahead, saw it, found it, and it may not have been the most highly rated game, but a lot of people really, really fucked with it. And obviously it did get a nom for the Game Awards, and that's Atomfall. Atomfall, day one in Game Pass. But we're not done. Another beloved game that many people are pissed didn't get into the Game of the Year nominations, and that's Blueprints. Obviously, it got other awards, but
it was early Game of the Year talk for that one. Early.
Yeah, people were swearing that was going to be Game of the Year.
Yeah.
So you had Blueprints. And then, of course, another first-party banger, Doom: The Dark Ages. Notice how I already listed Indiana Jones, Avowed, South of Midnight, and Doom. All first-party games launched this year. They told us they were all trash. Yet the same group of people who nominated the ponies, the pony games, nominated these games. Ain't that funny? Interesting. But Doom: The Dark Ages is there. Another day one banger. This game that came out of nowhere very recently, but many of you have fallen in love with it, and so have I. And that's Ball Pit. I don't know. People pronounce the X, or I don't know if it's Ball X Pit. I don't know if it's Ball Cross Pit. I don't know. It's just Ball Pit.
Either way, like ball multiplied times pit. Like, because the balls multiply inside the pit. So maybe it's just a multiplication symbol, but you just don't say, I don't know. I mean, you are, pause, you are shooting out lots of balls, you know.
You are shooting out lots of balls. Hold on. All right, hold on 1 second.
While we're holding.
Okay. So another one that was on the list that I actually got to preview beforehand, and it was very, very cool, unexpectedly cool for me. And this was another day one Game Pass game, man. The Alters. Did you fuck with The Alters at all?
I never got around to it. I need to.
Yeah,
there's so many games.
It's
so hard.
There's so many games. It's crazy, but again, there's only so many games because you don't have to open up your wallet to play them.
Yeah.
Right. You just pay the entrance fee and you have it. So yes, The Alters was day one into Game Pass. And then another game that I did play and I did fuck with a little bit. I'm just not a fan of soccer like that. But Rematch.
Yeah.
Another game. Yeah, it is. I played it. Again, I'm not a huge soccer fan, and I was fucking with it.
Yeah, my kids were good.
So, yes, The Alters, I'm sorry, Rematch was another nominated game. Day one in Game Pass. And then, of course, you finish off with Ninja Gaiden 4, which is not a first-party developed game, but is a first-party published game. This would be similar to your Death Stranding, right? This is
a little bit different because I don't think those games would have came out. Death Stranding is coming out no matter what.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I think Ninja Gaiden 4, they were talking about making it. Phil Spencer got involved and was like, yeah, let's fucking go. Let's do it. So yes, they funded it. They did everything. So, their definition, yes, it's a first party game. But as far as the how I'm going to look at it, it's not a first party studio, right?
Yeah, for sure.
These they work for themselves and for anybody else who hires them, right? And then last but certainly not least, the motherfucking Outer Worlds 2. Phenomenal game. Loving it, still playing it, beat it, did the review, and then went back, reloaded at that point of no return, and just turned around and went and have been doing everything that I missed, really just going all over the world, finding everything and loving every moment of it, right? And runs great natively on the Xbox Ally X. Really is something it's just a fantastic game. It's just a fantastic game. And it sucks. It does suck that no matter how good an Xbox game is, they'll never get the respect that they deserve, right? Which we already know this. This is just the way. But I will say that it is something that that at the end of the day doesn't matter because we still get them, right? We still get to experience them. We still get to play them, especially in our service. So for us to have so many games coming our way, and again, the caliber of the games is second to none. The fact that this is what we're getting in our subscription service, come on, man. Like get out of here. Get out of here with that bullshit. For a long time, ponies have gone ahead and talked about Game Pass as like the welfare pass or Game Pass slop. And it's like, well, that's interesting because Game Pass slop is the most nominated game in all of Game Award history, right? With Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Yeah. So look, at the end of the day, when you look at this list, this is the real story here. This is the real benefit to gamers when it comes to looking at these awards, because you get to see that these games that are being nominated throughout the awards are all available day one in Game Pass. It's a crazy scenario, but we're living that life, man, and it's a beautiful thing. Farrell, what do you think about this, and when it comes to the nominees being so many day one Xbox games, man?
I mean, I just feel like it speaks to what we have been speaking about, for the past probably 2 years when it comes to Game Pass. Like, we've been talking about the value that we've been getting and the amount of great games that we've been able to play inside the service, and it's reflected in this amount of games being nominated. And it also brings me back to kind of the nonsense that we had to hear last month about the increase in Game Pass price. Like, we weren't getting the value that was associated with the service at the higher price. Like, no one's going to advocate for higher prices. But at the end of the day, I mean, you look at this list, and I'm guaranteeing if you're a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber and you're actually taking advantage of your service, you've played most of these games, and to play them at cost would be a lot more expensive than to play them inside of Game Pass. So we can't argue the value that we're seeing here, and the value is justified because we're not just getting like crappy day one games that they're just like finding Joe Blow developer who's like making their first game and they're learning the ropes or something like that. Like, no, like they're out here finding quality games that they know their customers would like to play, and they're finding it before we even know we want to play it, like an Expedition 33. It was easy to lock up a Hollow Knight Silk Song, but to find an Expedition 33, to make an Indiana Jones A Great Circle in the fashion that you made it in, like to have that, the voice actor and the world and everything be what it is, for Avowed to be what it is. South of Midnight, like they hit so many different areas, so many different genres. Doom the Dark Ages, like having that glow up and becoming something bigger than we thought Doom was going to be. 100%. I mean, they're just doing it big. And the Fine Rematch, I mean, most people just think, oh, FIFA, but no, they found the next big soccer game. Now, I'm not saying it's going to compete with FIFA year in, year out, but for now, this is the next big soccer game. They found that, and they got it in the service day one. Kudos to them. Reviving the Ninja Gaiden franchise, a long beloved franchise. the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black and Ninja Gaiden 4 doing well, maybe we do get a Ninja Gaiden 5 because of this. You know, like
100%.
It speaks to what they are doing in Outer Worlds 2. Being like, I know we didn't think of it as of it being like this massive premium game, but they proved us wrong. Like, a lot of people were like, why is Outer Worlds 2 the 30-minute after the showcase game? Like, you know, it should have been Fable, or it should be this, or it should be that. But Outer Worlds came out and it held its own weight, and it's doing
100%.
big things out there. It's a great, fantastic game that everyone who has played it loves it. So I think this list and all these games being nominated, whether it's first party or third party, it just speaks to what they're doing over there in Xbox and how serious they are about procuring quality titles for us to play within the service. Yeah, Oblivion, a game that's not nominated because it's a remake and we're probably remaked out at this point. But it's an amazing remake, just like Ninja Gaiden Black 2 is an amazing remake.
Sony didn't have any remake categories.
Yeah, I think the industry is getting a little tired of the remake thing because everyone's remaking stuff. But at the same time, we have to understand that like these games are like 10 or 15, 20 years old. And a lot of people who are coming into gaming never had a chance to experience those games. They deserve to be remade. And people who didn't have a chance to experience those titles they deserve the right they deserve to have the ability to experience the same great titles that we had a chance to experience. And if they can experience it in modern graphics, modern controls, you know, more power to them.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, look, for me, at the end of the day, I think you know the scenario, right? We know that the awards are just what they are, right? It's a pony show for the most part. To the fact that they don't even look at any of these, like a game like Doom: The Dark Ages, which, you know, if Xbox wasn't associated with it, it would have been in the discussion. Just like
Doom Eternal won Game of the Year for them, right?
I don't know if it did, but
I think Doom Eternal did win Game of the Year one of the years. I think it did for Game Awards. And for it to be a much bigger game than Doom Eternal was, I think it deserved a little bit more nominations than what it got. But, you know,
I mean, I don't think it won, but it at least was nominated, right? And I think no one would have any illusion of, if they nominated an Xbox game, that it would win, because obviously they won't even let it get nominated to begin with, let alone let one win. But the idea that they don't even bother acknowledging the amazing onslaught of games that Xbox brought out this year are insane, right? So very quickly, let's go into the actual show, right? The actual I'm sorry, not the show. The Xbox put a post up, okay, about this. So let's just kind of hear what they say on it directly, because I think it's worth knowing that Xbox, you know, it's kind of aware of what the situation is. So they put a post up. The Game Awards 2025. Play every Xbox nominated game today. Let's not do the summary because that's gonna basically take it away. So they write, the Game Awards has officially revealed a full list of nominees for the year, and we're thrilled to see such a wide range of unique titles being recognized for their contributions to gaming. Even better, many of these nominees can be played today across Xbox consoles, Xbox on PC, ROG, Xbox Ally handhelds, cloud, and with Xbox Game Pass. This year, our first-party studios received nominations for Avowed, Doom: The Dark Ages, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Ninja Gaiden 4, South of Midnight, and The Outer Worlds 2. Troy Baker's pitch-perfect performance as Indiana Jones was recognized with a Best Performance nomination, and a Minecraft movie, one of the biggest hits at the box office in 2025, was nominated for Best Adaptation. We're also equally excited to see that many of our third-party partners have been nominated across a wide range of categories, many of which can be played with Game Pass, Ball Pit, Blueprints, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Hollow Knight Silksong, and Rematch are all up for awards this year and playable across devices as Xbox Play Anywhere titles. Additionally, Game Pass subscribers receive incredible benefits for Nominees, League of Legends, Valorant, and starting tomorrow, Fortnite. Congratulations to all this year's amazing nominees. And don't forget, these nominations join titles on Xbox nominated across the Golden Joysticks and even the Grammys. Remember, you can vote for your favorite, blah, 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 blah. And then they go through. So, again, they do want to kind of, cast the light on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, Expedition had
and shout out to Expedition 33 being a freaking $50 game that's now $40. Like, as amazing as that game is,
that's real wild.
And to be that price is amazing.
So that was Xbox's take on it, right? So they came out and they said their piece. And now I do want to go ahead and get the actual where is it here? So I want to bring this up real quick because it does paint another picture. But you do have the list of the actual Game of the Year noms. And with that, I do have a special guest over here. That's right. We have our boy, Madman, in the building. He is a big follower of award shows, especially the Game Awards, and he keeps up with all this stuff, and he knows a lot about this stuff. Man, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for being here, man.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Pretty good.
So I do get the discourse. There's a lot of like a bit of like a cynical idea around like the Game Awards and general award shows. I've always been a huge admirer of award shows, even though it does technically pit across, various, favorites across various industries, movies, film, television, games, all that. There is a lot of negativity for people, but I feel like that it's a great way to put spotlights on some of the best games and, other media that has come out in the recent year. It allows us to kind of look back at some of the best that we've experienced, puts a spotlight on maybe, things that like wouldn't have been noticed otherwise, or maybe didn't make the biggest splash. And I think acts as a really good celebration for the, I'm just going to talk about the Game Awards for now. It's, a great celebration of the gaming medium and, what has managed to accomplish throughout the year. I have noticed that there are a couple snubs that I'm not too pleased with, but for the most part, I think this is one of the stronger years for nominations. And I'm really excited to get into this because I've been waiting for these nominations to be announced for a while. I got a near perfect prediction for the Game of the Year nominees. So I'm looking forward to getting to this for sure.
Yeah, you did. You were pretty spot on. And a lot of that has to do with just how much you kind of pay attention to, I want to say the other side of gaming, where we're very in kind of, we're caught up in the I don't know, like the back and forth between PlayStation and Xbox and the console war scenario or platform wars as they are now.
Yeah,
where you kind of more just have your ear towards the rest of the world,
the more
gaming.
General gaming sphere. Like me personally, I'm very indifferent when it comes to like consoles. Like I think all three major consoles and PC too all offer great experiences that only they can offer. Which I mean, I guess that's starting to blur now because we got an Xbox on PlayStation, PlayStation on Xbox. But for the most part, there are games that I highly love and respect that are on both platforms, and Nintendo too. So three, my bad. But yeah, I think that when it comes to like nominees, I think I'm pretty happy with what Xbox got nominated and with like what PlayStation got nominated. Even though I think Yote got nominated a little too much, I do think that overall I'm pretty content with what got nominated. So I don't know, no sour faces here for the most part.
Well, so Game of the Year, is the biggest one. Obviously, it's the one that they save for the very end. It's the one that they end the show on. And of course, Game of the Year is something that Xbox doesn't really get considered for most of the time. And so there's a stat that it's been like 10 years. Is like Halo Reach was the last one, even though they want to choose to ignore Psychonauts 2.
Yeah, hey, that is technically it wasn't exclusive at that point because it had to be on PlayStation, but that technically is the first Xbox.
It's still their game,
and
they did fund most of it.
Deathloop technically was an Xbox game, but it just was on PlayStation only. But they already owned it by the time it came out, so it's technically an Xbox game. Just on PlayStation first, it's weird, but technically, it's happened twice, technically. But
yeah, I mean, so technically, it has happened in the same year, right? So in 2021, they had 2 noms.
And Halo Reach was back when it was still like the VGX Spike Awards. Like it wasn't the Game Awards we know today. That was like 2014 and onward. So that's like its Peach Fuzz era. I don't know. The one we choose to ignore.
Yeah. So, okay. So that being said, like I said, I'm way more open to it right now because for me, it could be, you could perceive it however you want. But the fact that Ghost of Yote didn't get nominated brings joy to my heart. So I'm good. With everything else that's up on here. Like I said, Death Stranding 2, I don't care that it's only on PlayStation right now. We already know Kojima told them we're for the streets. He owns Death Stranding, not PlayStation or Sony. So the fact that it's here, it's indifferent. The game will be everywhere later on. So Pharaoh, let me start with you, bud. Nominees for the Game of the Year. You got Claire Obscure Exposition 33, which of course we know is the most nominated game ever in history of the Game Awards. You got Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Hades 2, Hollow Knight 6, Silk Song, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Are you shocked? Are you annoyed? Are you pissed? Like just assuming that Xbox was never going to be considered for this, right? Because Madman will tell you the list that I put together for Game of the Years, all the games that I put out here are not on the list because
no, you put Claire, but you'd have to be a real live under a rock to really not consider Claire for the award. So
yeah. Well, so it did. Obviously, Xbox got nominated in other categories, but for Game of the Year, they'll never really consider it. So, what do you feel about this list? And how where you stand with it?
The list looks pretty much how I expected it to look. I mean, I figured Hollow Knight was going to make it after it broke the internet.
Which is pretty awesome if you ask me.
Yeah. Claire, that was an obvious one for me. Death Stranding, we already know how Keeley feels about Kojima, so that was going to make it there. And Kojima does make good games, but we know there's a little bit of a relationship there between the two. So that was going to make it there. Nintendo wasn't going to release a new console with a new first-party game and not have one there. It wasn't going to be Mario Kart, so naturally it's Donkey Kong. I guess it could have been Pokemon, but that's not really like... I've never heard of a Pokemon game getting nominated for Game of the Year.
I think everyone's acknowledged that Pokemon's been kind of in a decline. I think they have been stepping away from Pokemon in general.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, Donkey Kong was natural. Hades 2, after being did Hades win Game of the Year? I think
it got nominated, but
it got nominated. So Hades 2 feels about right. It's interesting seeing 2 indie games there.
3.
Kingdom Come Deliverance counts. Oh, Claire counts as indie? Yeah, I guess it does.
I mean, it was nominated for best indie game, so yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah. Seeing 3 indie games there. Quite interesting. Isn't
that 4 indie games?
No. Okay, no, it's just 3. Kingdom Come doesn't count.
Kingdom Come is 100% an indie game.
It doesn't crack it's not an independent category. So
well, I mean, maybe it didn't make the independent category.
I think they moved up by that point. I don't think
it's still Warhorse. They're still an independent studio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The first game as a Kickstarter.
Look, I'll cite it. I think they leveled up at that point, but I'll check.
Like Expedition 3 is so good, it doesn't feel
is Madman, and that's my son.
It just Expedition doesn't feel like an indie. So yeah, if we're gonna count Expedition as an indie and Kingdom Come, 4 indies and only 3, you know, big corporation behind them games, is pretty interesting. In this year's nominations.
I mean, that is so that's where I kind of and I think that, Madman, I'm glad you're here too, because I think you can speak on it for, from your perspective. But I feel like maybe it's a bit too much.
What is
that there's so many indies.
I'm really happy that it's actually so indie crowded this year. I think that it's easy to for a lot of people who play a lot of Call of Duty and stuff like that, to roll your eyes and be like, oh, what's this doing here? Who played that? But I feel like seeing such small games from small teams be able to accomplish so much, and not only obviously get in the hands of gamers and catch gamers' interest, but also stand toe to toe and what's shaping up to be the first independent winner. Beat a shit ton of $300 million games and all this shit, especially in this state where it's such a cynical nature surrounding most AAA games with microtransactions and just overworking employees, huge budgets. I think it's a beautiful statement to how you don't need so much bullshit and anti-consumer practices to be able to not only profit off a game, but also, just make a good game in general. These guys are just trying to come up with checklists and be like, all right, we check this, we check that. All right, we're good. Clair Obscur was born out of spite of Ubisoft from constricting their creatives and pushing these agendas and, desires to monetize their consumers. And I think that the fact that so many have got, it's 3 is crazy. Kingdom Come, I guess, if we consider, I have no idea where that lands, but I'm saying that it's just really cool to see. And I think that it really breaks down the doors that encourages more developers to break away from big companies in a traditional publishing system to, make their own games, to, unleash your creativity. And obviously there's fruits that can be bared from it. So I think it's great to see.
So let me ask you this, because as much as you say break away, ultimately Clair Expedition and Hollow Knight both hopped on the Microsoft bandwagon and rolled that Game Pass.
They're both funded.
They didn't publish a game though. They did all that work. They did everything that we see. That was through labor, time, and pure love. And the fact that Microsoft saw that and they're like, hey, we want to help put a spotlight on your game. Why don't you, sign this and you can have some time on Game Pass? I don't think that's selling out or doing anything wrong. It's just, all it means is that you don't have to pay for it if you're on Game Pass, but it's still very much an independent and, non-meddled with game. And, they still turn out identical to how they would have otherwise. Just more eyes are on them. So
I don't know about identical because they got more money. So I think they were able to do more because they got more. Given more time and things like that. So I think the money helps.
Yeah, and time, right?
Yeah.
Pyro, you nailed it, right? So Clair, as much as it's easy to think that, that game would have been the same if they didn't take the bag, I don't think that that's something that you could really for sure say, right? Because if they had the pressure, because as an indie dev, they do need money, right?
Yeah.
They don't have endless amounts of money. They need money coming in at some point. So having this being their first project, they're funding everything themselves if Microsoft doesn't step in and help out with some of that funding, and then the time, right?
They could have went elsewhere, but then they would have had other restrictions. If they would have went with a third-party publisher, maybe they would have been more hands-on with telling them what they can and can't put in the game. If they would have went with Sony would have been like, oh yeah, we'll fund it, but it has to be exclusive to us. So, I mean, it's just they could have found funding elsewhere, but it just would have changed the outcome of the game as far as what was in it or its availability to be on other platforms.
What I mainly think is that it's not like a Psychonauts 2, where if Xbox didn't swoop in, that game would have been a shell of what it was. Yeah. I think Clair would have at the very least been 80% the game it was, maybe 85%. It probably just gave it more time to polish, maybe add a couple extra things here or there that made it better. But for the most part, if Xbox didn't step in, I still feel like Clair would have, done well and, been the same generally acclaimed game that it is now. all it means that Xbox, you know, put more eyes on it and potentially gave them a little more room to do a little bit more than what they might not have been able to do, like, you know, if they didn't step in.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, stuff like that, we just won't know. And I think that we do have to just be, I guess, grateful that Xbox did step in and the version that we did get is so crisp and so well put together, right? Because as good as a game can be, if it didn't have the finesse of it, where there were no bugs or very little bugs, and if it didn't look as good or if certain things weren't done as well, I mean, it could have changed the whole, you know, narrative of this game going forward, right? Like, it could have just not hit because of the problems, especially as an indie. So, but that being said, yeah, I think that's the case. Now, one of the things that I saw brought up, and Farrell, I want to get your thoughts, and obviously Man and you as well. Actually, before I do that, I have to get my homie Be Nice in the building. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for being a member for 14 months, man. That's fucking awesome of you.
That is
Thank
awesome.
you so much for rocking out, man. Thank you for support. Remember, this is my homie on Thursday nights. He's always rocking out live on the streams with me. This Thursday's Black Ops 7. Be Nice. And I think I'm gonna try to do campaign co-op first and then hop into some other stuff. So if you're around, you know, let's get it, man. Also, he's back with 5 On Point for Gamer memberships gifted. My dude, shout out to my homie. Let me pop that right there. Y'all know what to do. Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. And of course, our boy Be Nice. Thank you so much, man, for the support. We appreciate you. Do me a favor. Go ahead in the chat. If you're a member, put the mother effing FB emoji in the chat. Put it in there. Let them know how much you love them. All right. Let Be Nice know what you feel about them. All right. FB's in the chat. All right. Now, this is our boy Mac22TH54. He has a super chat, but this is where we're gonna. I want to pivot this conversation real quick to just this part of the Game Award, and we're talking about the winner, right? So our boy Mac22TH54 with that $5 super chat, biggest super chat tonight. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Says, I hate to burst your bubble, man, but Death Stranding is gonna win Game of the Year. Hashtag Pony Awards.
Not true whatsoever. Have you seen the data that is leaked about Claire? 80% of the votes went to Claire. Death Stranding didn't even make top 3. It was Hollow Knight and somehow goes to Yote. So I don't know why Yote wasn't like here. But, you know, for the most part, it seems like Death Stranding is not going to have the chokehold you think it is. If part 1 didn't get in, no, it got in, but, you know, win. That's what I meant to say. Then I don't think Death Stranding 2 is going to do much better, especially considering that Claire is definitely much higher degree in the Game Awards eyes, beating out The Last of Us Part 2, which Death Stranding lost to back in 2020. Did Death Stranding come out in 2019 or 2020? Shit, I don't remember. I can't remember. Hold on.
It's been a while.
No, that might have been Ghost of Tsushima. That was the PlayStation game that lost to The Last of Us Part. All right. My point is that I feel like Claire's too big, and Death Stranding, not even Death Stranding and Kojima have a chance against Claire at all. I think it's just going to be a tsunami, and it's basically going to be the Lord of the Rings of the Game Awards, like how Return of the King swept the Oscars in 2003. I feel like this is just going to demolish the Game Awards. So yeah.
So you think there's no chance that the Pony Love and Keely's man crush on Kojima that is going to be able to sway the noms and the votes to get Death Stranding as a W?
Look, with the first game, it won director. I know that for a fact, and it won acting. Death Stranding 2 had 0 acting nominations, which is bizarre to me because one of the best things about Death Stranding is the acting. So that's a little odd. But to be fair, Claire was like 3 out of the 5. So, and you know, Troy Baker definitely deserved his indie role. And I heard good things about Silent Hill F's acting. So, you know, I'm not horrendously surprised. But I think that it already won director back in 2019 or 20, whatever. So Hideo Kojima already got his flowers as far as directing is concerned. So I don't think they're going to feel the need to do it again. But if there was a chance at Death Stranding getting something, the only one I could maybe see is director if they just want to suck him off a second time. But, for the most part, I think Claire is just going to destroy it, and it doesn't matter how good any of these PlayStation games are. Yote didn't even make the top, 6 of the games this year. So, I don't think Death Stranding is going to make it that much further. So, yeah.
Farrell, what do you think, bud?
I don't think Death Stranding will win Game of the Year. I think it has to go to Expedition 33. I think it did too many good things. It took the industry by storm. It lands from a story perspective. Like, if you're going to go story for story, I think, you can't argue that Death Stranding is so much better than Expedition 30. And I think the combat's way better than anything that Death Stranding provides you. Death Stranding doesn't really have a strong combat element compared to what Expedition is giving you. I just think Expedition has to win it. I do.
I just don't see any winner here that I would say could justifiably overtake Claire. Like, some people are saying Kingdom Come Deliverance is low-key like this age's new Skyrim of the decade. And if this game just had more eyes on it, we would be having a lot different conversation, because people are like, the people who love that game, ride or die that game. And then there's the people who are saying Hollow Knight, Silk Song, but
maybe if it was
I can't help
Game
but
Pass.
smirk at both of them. I can't help but smirk at both of them, because I don't see a world where Claire, it's just so much better than a lot of this output. It's honestly in contention for game of the decade. I think a lot of people would agree with me on that. I think that's a sentiment that's spread online a lot, and I think that it's not an exaggeration to say that. And just how many nominations it got proves that idea. So I think it's just going to be unlike anything we've ever seen in the Game Awards. So I don't know.
I mean, it is pretty damning that it's gotten so many, right? So many people are voting for it across so many different categories that it's pretty impressive, right? You can't really, I don't think there's any way around how you can look at it. It's let me see real quick. Let me see exactly what. So it has noms for Game of the Year, Best Game Direction, Best Performance. Well, technically it has 3
best performance, but it counts 3 different ones.
Yeah, but it's one branch,
category,
one
but
category,
they earned all 3 spots. That's a lot of nominations for one game in performance.
Yeah, so
you gotta imagine there's a cap. They can't just have 5 out of the 5 be Claire.
Can you imagine? That would be a real problem. I mean, technically speaking, there shouldn't be a cap, right? If you have 5 people who really are the best people, then it just depends amongst them who they were. But they got 3 spots. Then you got Best Narrative, you got Best Art Direction, Best Independent Game, Best Debut Indie Game, Best RPG, Best Score and Music, and then Best Audio Design.
Oh boy, that's a shit ton of nominees.
That's a lot. I mean, do you? Okay, so you're speaking very highly of this game, right? So, do you think that it has a potential of getting a bunch of these awards?
1000%. I don't know why. I feel it. I just feel that it's going to win a majority of these awards. I think he'll win every single one of them. No, aside from the obvious part, performance, it can't win 3 times. I do think that they might give maybe art direction to maybe a Hades or Hollow Knight or some shit, or they might give audio design to Silent Hill, since they tend to favor horror games. But that's they're basically just essentially throwing bones. But I feel that a large portion of these awards that they're being nominated for is not just they qualify for this, they made the top 5, is they are the top 5. I think that is just going to take these things. And I don't know, I just feel it. When you just feel something's just gonna hit, and you're just not gonna see it coming by the same time you saw it coming. I think that's what Claire's gonna be. People are gonna downplay how much this game's gonna demolish this award show, and I feel like it's gonna do insane. I don't know, I feel it. And I voted for it 8 times in my Game of the Year ballot.
It's wild, because I guess you're just thinking about it the smart way. First of all, let me get the homie Max22TH54 in the building with that $2 super chat. Says, CMoney, I agree with him. # Pony Awards. Facts. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you listen to right? Like it just kind of does. Also, you got Ryard with that $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Homie says, don't forget Game of the Year Astro Flop last year. Hashtag ponyism. That's the thing. Like, how do you justify Astro fucking Bot?
Yote didn't get it. Also, I think Astrobot, what was such a big thing is that a lot of gamers were complaining that, you know, we've quote unquote lost the joy in gaming, where like we had back-to-back either heavy narrative or Souls-like games with like The Last was Part 2, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, and people were like, man, I remember when games were just cupcakes and rainbows, and then people are like saw Astrobot and decided to fucking herald it and put it on a pedestal. Like people were comparing that shit to like Mario Galaxy or Odyssey level fucking brilliance in platforming. Dude, I tried the game, I played a few stages. Nothing in that game is that impressive. Like it just feels like a better version of the PS5 tech demo that was on like pre-installed or whatever. I like it, but that game, I cannot comprehend how fucking sucked off that game was. I get why, because of the narrative. It was a good narrative and all that. It was cute, but like I don't know, man. It was a little silly.
It's because it was a PlayStation game. It was pretty much all they had, and yeah, I mean, looking at this list, all the games are deserving. I don't want to take anything, but the fact that they do have,
I don't feel upset about any of them.
Yeah,
Donkey Kong,
even DK, like you got like.
Well, you have to have a Nintendo game up there.
Let's be honest. Like I'm not saying it was like a 10 out of 10 or like the number one. It does it pale a bit compared to some of his competitors, sure, but you know, I think it deserved it for the most part. It's basically a bigger and bolder Mario Odyssey in a lot of ways, and if Mario Odyssey could get in, I think DK Bonanza should be fine there.
I will say, I do think the fact that they have 4 indies up there, I do think it was their way of avoiding Xbox having a game up there. There are a couple Xbox games that could have been worthy of a nomination.
The only one that I feel like probably could have been justified and been like, all right, I feel like this should have been there is probably Indiana Jones. Because I feel like that was they really like games like Marvel Spider-Man that are like based on properties that take them in bigger, bolder, almost recreations of films. I think Indiana Jones, especially seeing it was also on PS5 and PC, and like a lot of people got to play it. And I think that in general, it would have been pretty nice to see Indiana get in. But
I would also say Doom and Avowed.
Honestly, I don't know what I swap it out with. Like, I'm not, like, you know, I'm surprised Split Fiction didn't get in. But for the most part, I don't feel any resentment towards any of these.
Split Fiction didn't make it in because It Takes Two won, and they're not going to keep like rewarding, you know, a developer for doing the same concept over and over again.
It happens all the time. Sekiro and Elden Ring won back to back.
Yeah, two different developers. Two different developers.
Developers.
Two different developers. Like one was no, one was done. Who did Sekiro? I know Activision. I think Activision published it.
Is Activision? Activision publisher. FromSoft is the developer.
Yeah, FromSoft is
the publishers
are FromSoft, and they're both the same director, Hidetaka Miyazaki.
Okay.
Yeah. I can understand it. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. Claire, I think is 110% deserving. I don't think I need to keep beating its fucking. Death Stranding. I actually kind of like Death Stranding. I haven't played part 2, but I do like part 1. I'm not being a glazer. I'm not a Kojima glazer at all, but I do like it more than most. And part 2 just looks like what part 1 was, but much more refined and better. I can easily see Death Stranding 2 actually being really good. I just, don't have the game. I want it, but at some point. But, I'll get around to it at some point. Talking about Bonanza, looks like a fucking cracked out Mario Odyssey. I love Mario Odyssey. So I could only imagine that Donkey Kong Bonanza has to be pretty rad. CMoney doesn't care for it too much, but, I definitely want to get around to, like, going through the game and stuff like that. And, I feel like it probably deserves it. Hades 2, I think Hades 1 was, I actually played Hades 2 and 1, back in the day when it came out around. I thought it was great. And I think that Hades 2 just looks like that, but even better. And if Hades 1 got in, I think Hades 2 is perfectly fine being there. Holiday 6 song looks epic, but and the fact that like part 1 didn't get acknowledged at all by the Game Awards, it's kind of like their way of saying, we fucked up. Let's put Silk Song and, just acknowledge how good it is. And, the fact that it just like destroyed the internet when it came out is like actually insane for a game of its scale. I think it's pretty cool. And Kingdom Come Deliverance, like I did not think it was actually going to get in. Like I actually, when I was doing my predictions, I thought Split Fiction would get in because I thought it was like the same boat where they both lost momentum. But like, you know, Split Fiction, that It Takes Two, you know, that's like the game that like its predecessor that won. I was like, oh, it'll probably just get in a little bit over this one, but I wouldn't be surprised if it got in. I was surprised that it got in. So, you know, I'm happy about it, but you know, I think all of them kind of deserve their spots, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't change it. It's weird. I wouldn't change it if it were me.
Well, I mean, I could tell you right now, I could easily swap out all of this list for Xbox games that released this year. Avowed was amazing. Outer Worlds 2 was amazing. But I know when you're talking about it, you're thinking more on the line of the buzz that surrounded these things and what that means for these awards, which is kind of such a pain in the ass that's the way that it goes by.
I mean,
right?
When I follow a lot of awards, like the Oscars, for example, that's another one that's very narrative heavy, and it's got to be a mix. The game has to obviously be very quality and good, but there's nothing like an actual narrative that, you know, can push a game or movie or whatever forward above competitors, because there provides, you know, like not only like an incentive to kind of vote for it and, you know, push it, but also this general sense of satisfaction among people watching or, you know, following it that almost drives its passion behind the awards. Like I feel like this is going to be one of the most successful game awards yet, because I feel like there's so much passion behind Clair Obscur. Like people just want to, and just to see it fucking destroy the show. And like when they call that name, even though we all know it's going to win, I feel like people are just going to lose their minds. It's going to be amazing. And it's the first of its kind to ever do something like this. Independent games were always that one indie darling that took a spot, to be fair. But like it actually, not only being one of fucking 3 or 4, but like to actually win is like unheard of 5 years ago. Like you couldn't believe it 5 years ago. So I don't know. I think we live in a good timeline. And I think it's going to be great for gaming in general, because it'll tell AAA just step up their game, you know, lock in. That's all. You know.
Or it'll tell them, doesn't matter how good of a game you make, you only have 1 or 2 slots that you're vying for, because the rest are going to be filled with whatever indies came out.
Well, the like, is good for expensive. That's all it is. It's just a shit ton of money.
I mean,
to justify being better with quotation marks.
I could say Dying Like the Beast was a phenomenal experience. It should have been here. That's from Techland.
Actually, didn't it get not acknowledged at all?
No, I don't think it got any acknowledgement, and it was a phenomenal experience.
They probably didn't push it much. They still don't see it as part 3. So,
well, I mean, they definitely pushed it, but I get what you're saying. It's just it doesn't have a lot of conversation circling it, but like that is a phenomenal experience. And it's like, look, I already said it once, but I'm gonna say it again here because we're talking about it. And man, you and I have spoken about this separately.
Yeah.
Clair Expedition, it didn't hit for me like long
that
term.
Way,
like in like this level. It didn't hit for me. I acknowledge that for a indie team, this was phenomenal. And I gotta tell you, the voice acting hit for me, the acting hit for me, the story hit for me. And the things that they did with the gameplay when it comes to, you know, the active turn-based, you know, combat where you're either fighting or parrying or blocking, right?
Like
or dodging. So like I love everything they did, right? Everything they tried to do new and everything they did, great. But for me personally, like I'm not a turn-based fan, right? I'm not. And although in short burst playing, you know, this game when you're facing like regular enemies or things like that, it's dope, right? Mm-hmm. The problem is the rest of the game, right? Yeah. It's the same bullshit of I have a boss that I'm fighting, and now this ball, even though I was playing the other guys regular and was able to kind of beat them in a couple of minutes, right? Now this boss is the longest fucking chip of the health bar ever, like known to mankind. And it's like as much as the quality bar is there, it did not make me like the genre
that much more
anymore. Like for instance, I'll tell you like a game like Our History Untold, or Age of Mythology, or even at this point, Age of Empire, which we've been playing. Those are all genres that I don't typically mess with.
The RTS genre mainly.
Yeah, the RTS and the, I guess that's what it is, all real time.
Yeah, they're all RTS.
Yeah, so that's a genre that I would never just inherently go play, but then I went and played them, and I like they got me. They hooked me. I saw why people love them. This did not do that for me, because what they did is they took everything I love about gaming and they wrapped it around a genre that I hate. And the unfortunately, it didn't help. Like, I put that shit on story mode just to, I figure, okay, I'm disliking it, but I love the story. How can I just get through the bullshit? Well, let me put it on story mode. And guess what? Yes, I don't die.
But it still takes a while.
But it still takes forever to fight these fucking people and like chip, little ass ding, ding, ding. It takes too long. Yeah, I don't have time to do that. That's not fun for me. Also, I gotta be honest, when it comes to the music, that's hit or miss, bro. It's hit or miss. The good parts of the music are amazing, but then they get into like this whimsical, like
Final Fantasy S,
like baby bullshit. Like, it sounds like such stupid shit, and it annoys.
It's basically Final Fantasy, like how it has like the deeper, like hard hitting, and then there's like more lighter.
Oh my god, it's like, no, man, that's not what I signed up for. I'm here for the deep shit. Then you turn into the fucking baby lullaby bullshit. No, I'm good. Like, this is not why I'm here. So it's like the problem with this game for me is that I feel like they did everything I wanted a game to do, but they wrapped it around something that I dislike, and they didn't. As much as I do like the active combat that they did, I don't like basically the tropes of turn-based, which they just follow along.
You have to grind.
Yeah,
like if you're not grinding, you're done.
I don't have that time or energy or desire to do that. And I thought
story mode eliminates the grinding part. Like, you don't have to grind. It just you're gonna have to take a while.
Yeah, it takes forever to chip the shit down. It's like, nah, I just can't. I can't. So as I will eventually try, maybe with the handheld. I'm playing other stuff now. I'll try to get back to it, and maybe with the handheld, I can go and try to do it. But like, it's just sadly, like, it's just not my cup of tea. I put like 20 hours into the game, so it's not like I'm saying it after a couple hours.
1 hour, like,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like Donkey Kong was like an hour, and I'm out. I'm never going back.
30 minutes, and you're like,
exactly. Whereas
that is the challenge of RPGs, is that they are very grindy, and that's something that I've complained about.
Japanese,
I mean, this isn't a Japanese RPG, fair,
but they're in that line with the turn based.
Yeah, I've complained about that, and I've said they gotta eliminate that grind a little bit, like, especially like these companies that make lots of JRPGs. Like, how do you want me to play if you're gonna release like 4 JRPGs in a year? How do you want me to play like 4 or 5 of them and play other games if you're gonna have all this grind? It takes me 100 hours to beat each one. It's just not realistic. So like, you're kind of limiting my ability to play all your games, to even purchase all of them. So
personally, that's why I love portable RPGs, like just RPGs on portable consoles. Like, the Switch is like the perfect thing for like an RPG, which life would be so much harder if I didn't have portable options for RPGs, because that's like, I like the idea of sort of chipping away at something, and RPGs are usually the perfect sort of game to do that with. Just like, you beat a battle, you beat 2 battles, and you made some sort of some sort of progress, and you feel like you've actually gotten stronger. Your characters have gotten better, and the story's progressed in some way. And I think that I personally like that. I really like RPGs. I like turn-based RPGs. I do agree that there's gripes I have with them that could make them a little annoying at some points, but it doesn't deter too much from me. As much as I love Clair Obscur, I do understand there are things that do hold it back a little bit. I think that when you're taking such like a creative swing, such an ambitious swing, there are bound to be things that are going to be a little wonky. Like, it does annoy me a little bit when a boss fight just ends after like 20 minutes, and they're like, that was too easy, and then they fucking just resurrect but stronger. It's like, all right, bro. And I get, as beautiful as the worlds are, I do find it a little sometimes easy to get lost in the objective sometimes going through them. So, you know, it's not that I don't have problems with Clair Obscur, is that the good of Clair Obscur, I think, is enough for me to be able to go through any like minor annoyances I might have and be like, all right, well, you know, that's going to happen when you're taking such a big swing. There are going to be imperfections, and it doesn't bother me too much. I'd rather them fuck up a little bit at certain areas than to make it the most cookie cutter gaming experience. And yeah, technically no flaws, but you know, it's not special or, you know, doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. So I don't know. I'm 2x in. I definitely made it more progress than CMoney, but you know, with college, I have been on a 3-month hiatus, and it's annoying because I want to play more. But hopefully, with my winter break, I'll be able to like actually play it again because I've been really wanting to. But you know, I want to beat it before the Game Awards, which I'm not tracking to, but at the very least, get a good amount more, you know, done before then. So you know.
Well, so as far as the noms are concerned, I guess, you know, it seems like the general consensus is Clair is expected to win. I mean, in this particular list, like, I think the only one I don't want to win for sure is Donkey Kong.
Over Death Stranding.
Well, Donkey Kong is my, like, I don't even think it, but like Death Stranding, I don't like that type of game, but like at least they put some energy into it.
Like the world,
right? There's acting, there's a story, there's shit involved in this game, not fucking me donkey smash, blah, 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 throw fucking rocks into the ground. And it's like, okay, dog, like Red Faction 1 allowed me to break into the terrain. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing here? Get out of here with this shit.
I mean,
this
Donkey
game
Kong has more of a plot than most, you know, Mario / DK games.
Yeah, but not compared to what's on this list right here, right? And it definitely 100% has no business taking the spot of any Xbox game that released. I don't care about the score. I don't care about the score. They glazed them. I know.
Yeah, the Metacritic
is high for DK, but like if we're talking a game with voice acting, with combat that's, you know, engaging, with storytelling, with world building, with all this other shit that goes on to it, DK does not belong in this list.
Oh, and by the way, Kingdom Come disregards yet again the Metacritic like 90+ rule that has been a rough staple for the nominees, because this again is in the 80s, which beat out Split Fiction, which was in the 90s. So, you know, another fuck you to the Metacritic that doesn't necessarily matter. So, you know.
So that even more reason why the idea that Xbox is not up here when they had most of their games were all in the 80s. I don't know why you can't get one in there, but you know,
look, I think that the only the two that I actually have real hope in that I feel like are going to be too big to not get in are Fable and the Elder Scrolls 6. Like, assuming Elder Scrolls 6 doesn't release in the same year as GTA 6, which it won't.
No,
it's gonna just straight up win Game of the Year. Like, I don't see a world where it does it. If Skyrim and Oblivion were its predecessors and it just doubles up on what they did, I feel like it's impossible to deny that it's like the best game of, like, you know, like a competitor for decades.
I don't see it, man. It has Xbox tied to it. They will find something to complain about it to bring it down. The same way Starfield, made by the people who made these games, was literally the best game of that year for sure.
What year was that again? Remind me.
2023.
What won that year?
I
think it was Elden Ring. No. That was 2022, right?
I don't know.
Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. Then Astrobot was 2024. Oh yeah, so Baldur's Gate. I mean Baldur's Gate though. I guess that's fair. Like,
no,
I mean, Starfield wasn't even nominated the year that it was available for. Game
it
wasn't even nominated.
It's crazy.
I mean, I think it got one nomination. It was Best RPG, and that was the end of the book. And then obviously Baldur's Gate beat it, and yeah.
Bro, everybody who talks shit about Starfield didn't play Starfield. Everybody who talks shit about Starfield on PC played 800 fucking hours of Starfield, and they said, "Nah, good. Nah, it's not good." The fuck out of here.
I mean, personally, I highly respect Starfield, and I don't think it deserves like slander outright. As someone who did play a good amount and a few hours in, and you know, like stuff like that, I personally didn't care for it, but I would never shit on it, and I do recognize its high quality.
There's a difference between you not caring for it because it doesn't live up, or if you it's just not your type of game. And I think that's the bigger thing, right? Like that's not necessarily your cup of tea. So it makes sense why it has to do something different to wow you. But fucking Starfield was amazing. Gameplay, amazing. Story was phenomenal. The mission structure, everything they did, it just fucking it cooked, bro. It was so good. And these fucking people, they will sit here and try to tell me that Ghost of fucking Yote is fucking good or deserves this many nominations, but Starfield was nominated for like one fucking thing, I think, on the Game Awards.
Yeah, and
it's like, come on, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Look, I don't know
I was gonna say
they got in for as many as it did. Like, best narrative is a joke. It's one of the most generic samurai storylines.
It's a fucking rehash of fucking Assassin's Creed.
All right, little bro.
The game Assassin's Creed. The game was already released, but way better with Assassin's Creed Shadow.
Mind you, Assassin's Creed, that game is stunning. Yet you'll see anyone who tries to like which one looks better. They'll do every fucking gymnastic imaginable to say that Ghost of Yote looks better, even though we know damn well Shadows is gorgeous. Like I'm not a stan for either, but like Assassin's Creed is fucking beautiful. God damn. It's stunning. I think it's like I saw a post about it. I was just baffled at how, but even some comment was made a joke about how much people are avoiding trying to praise Assassin's Creed in favor of Ghost of Yote. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Nah, man, that's too. It's too.
I think Shadows is a prettier game.
Yeah, it's a prettier game.
It is what it is. I was going to say about that's it. Nintendo thing is I hate seeing Nintendo games get nominated just because the Switch is so underpowered that they get a pass.
Yep.
Or where their games fall short compared to these other games. So like the other games don't fall short in those areas, but because it's a Switch game, we let things go in our scoring and our perception of the game because the game is limited by the hardware. But that's a choice. Like the developer and the creator of the hardware made the choice to make underpowered hardware, so underpowered hardware so that their games couldn't measure up to other games on other platforms. So I don't care for that. Like I said, I would have really have loved the Switch 2 to have been around the power of the Steam Deck. I think it would have, allowed us to more harshly critique their titles compared to what else is on the market.
Look, I think the what does baffle me is that for a game that's being nominated for such a big award, Donkey Kong, this is it, and then there's Family Game. Nothing else. Like at least Mario Odyssey got like action adventure, I'm pretty sure, and like a couple other nods, even though maybe it didn't fucking get director. It still had a few like, all right, you got some genres in there, you got some cool.
Are you talking about Mario Odyssey?
No, Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is literally just Game of the Year and the Family Game, and is the only lock aside from Claire and either Hades 2 or Hollow Knight for at least one award because it will win Family Game. It's the only Game of the Year nominee in the Family Game category. So it's 100% going to win that award no matter what. Hades 2 and Hollow Knight Silk Song are both an action adventure, and they're the only Game of the Year nominees in that category. So it's going to be one or the other. Other than that, it's basically just Claire and nothing else that's guaranteed on this list to win in an actual statue. So they're the only two locks, Claire and Donkey Kong. Or Hades or Hollow Knight, whichever one wins or beats out the other. So, yeah.
It literally is. It's just wild that this is the scenario that exists, and this is okay. Like you brought up such a great point, Farrell, about the fact that they get a pass because of what it is. If Xbox released Donkey Kong Bonanza, and it was just if this was Banjo Bonanza.
Banjo, I feel like that people love Banjo, but I don't know.
But if it had the same issues that Donkey Kong Bonanza has on the Xbox, it would get crucified.
Yep. If the graphics were shit, if the frame rate was shit, come on, man, bro. If they had released this game, it would not even be fucking spoken of. It would have been dead and buried, gone. No one would have looked its way.
I mean, they kind of did with Lucky's Tale, even though that wasn't necessarily them. They did publish it, and it was exclusive, and I think everyone just shrugged. And
it was a well-made game, right? But nobody cares because It's Lucky's tail. If that was Mario's tail, and that motherfucker was digging around the ground and popping up and doing all that shit, they would have been like, "Oh my god, Shigeru Miyamoto did it again." It's like, bitch, he doesn't even work on these games no more. What are you talking about?
He officially resigned.
But they'll still give him credit. They'll fucking high five him and said, "You did it again, goat." You know what I'm saying? Like,
did you guys hear about that? Shigeru Miyamoto is done with the gaming in general. He's just going to be working on like movies and other like outside media for Mario and Friends and Zelda. But he's done with the games, 100%.
I mean, it's about that time for him. So he's been
doing. Well, he's probably looks at the games is like, bro, I made this same game 48 years ago. So why the fuck are we still producing the same shit? He's like, nah, I'm good.
I mean,
he's
the reason, unfortunately, why these games don't have too much story. And he probably didn't have much hand in Donkey Kong, which is probably why you see more plot. Famously, Mario Galaxy was actually supposed to have dialogue and have a story, which they Miyamoto shut that down immediately. He's like, no, focus 110% on everything that you would have been focusing on, story, on the gameplay, making it as impeccable as possible. And basically, he quite literally snuck in Rosalina's storybook that provided some ounce of a story, even bare minimum. It was cute. But like that for Mario, that's like that's something. But like he had to sneak that shit in, and he did notice it, and he was like, "This is fine, I guess." But he wasn't pleased about it. So I think it's probably gonna be for the better that he steps back to match with our current expectations for gaming, and allow Mario and Friends and Zelda to evolve a bit more. So,
well, hopefully that does happen and it does take place. And listen, the fact that DK is out is great for the people who love it. I could tell you that, I was talking to one of my daughters and said, "Hey, why don't you play Donkey Kong?" And she was just like, "No."
Wait, Country or Bonanza?
Bonanza.
Oh, yeah.
And she was just like, "No, I don't want to." I was like, "But you should try it. See if you like it." No. Okay, like they don't care. Like, but this is not rocking anybody. Like the demographic doesn't exist for it. This is for Nintendo heads only. That's it. The Nintendo lovers, this is the game for them. The kids, they don't give a shit about this. They don't want to play as the stupid as monkey. The monkey is not even designed well. It's just a fucking monkey with a tie.
It's an ape.
Yes, an ape. It's just an ape with a tie. It doesn't look cool. It doesn't do anything cool. It's just a stupid ass
Donkey Kong doesn't look fucking badass.
No, he does not.
Maybe if they threw Funky in there, it would be a different story.
No, it's fucked
that
either
cool
way.
Uncle everyone wants.
It's fucked either way, man. It's fucked either way. I just can't understand how these. I don't know. I don't want to talk. Like, I'm not trying to talk about people who have interest in these games. Like, gaming is for everybody. If you like this shit, you like it. But get the fuck out of my Game of the Year nominations. You know what I'm saying? Like, just stay the fuck in your lane.
Like,
just stay over there.
The problem, like, the thing about Nintendo is that I can't speak for them now, but like, basically, like 2017 and beforehand, like the whole thing is that they didn't exactly make brilliant stories or anything, but they made some of the most impeccably polished and well-crafted gameplay that you could possibly seek in the gaming sphere. Like, I'm someone who loves storytelling deeply in video games, who finds that, video games can be a transcendent art that you can tell stories in a way that most others can't. Yeah, I'm talking, like Red Dead Redemption or like The Last of Us. Last of Us Part 2 is my favorite video game of all time, for God's sake. So I'm saying is that, I place an emphasis on, stories and shit in gaming, which Nintendo does not provide. And yet, I adore a lot of what Nintendo made 2017 and before that. Like I was like Donkey Kong. Let's just keep this focus. Donkey Kong. So while we were hyping the game up and stuff like that, Donkey Kong Country's Returns remastered came out on Switch, the HD thing. And then I'm like, oh shit, I haven't played that game in forever. And I was like really young when I played it and stuff like that. And we actually ended up getting it for younger siblings, but they didn't give a fuck about it. So I ended up borrowing it. And I'm like, I'm just gonna borrow this real quick. And then I played through the whole game. That game is still fucking great. And the little plot amounts to these Tiki stealing DK's bananas and he wants them back. Swear to God, that's the plot. Not even exaggerating. And yet it has some of the most polished, some of the cleanest, some of the most satisfying gameplay that I've experienced in a platformer in a while. Easily is one of the best platformers out there for sure. And I'm just saying, it reminded me how Nintendo was so dedicated to making some of the most polished games you can like imagine. That like it didn't matter if it had the most bare bones fucking plot there was. It was literally just the same shit over and over again. They always found a way to impress you. And I think that looking now at a lot of things, like I played Echoes of Wisdom, Zelda, which, I like that game, but it did not have the polish that, like they're known for. There was like bugs and stuff like that were really annoying, or like the magic would like sometimes glitch sometimes. And I'm like, dude, like not only was it not exactly the most brilliant gimmick you can imagine, but like I feel like they're just losing a lot of that touch, that extra care that defined them for so long. Tears of the Kingdom, I love Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom, like a lot of like the new functions, like sure they weren't buggy, but they just felt really clunky and forced. And like I feel like it was just like, hey, there's something new. And it's like, but I don't care. It doesn't work great. And I only end up loving it when it was literally just Breath of the Wild again. And that should not be what a sequel is, just rehashing. So yeah, I'm frustrated with how Nintendo's turning out. I haven't actually gotten my hands on DK yet. I want to, this new one. And people are saying it's like the good old days. So, I do want to have a fair judgment. But I don't know, man. Nintendo seems to be going on a not so great path. And I hope they can definitely steer themselves out the boiling lava that they're fucking pivoting towards, nosediving, you could say. So I don't know.
I mean, well said. I mean, that I think is a lot of the shit that I feel right with Nintendo, and I think that's why I get so annoyed with them, and similar to my annoyance with PlayStation, because Nintendo at a time when I was growing up, they were constantly pushing forward, right? Like people say, oh, Nintendo, this is what they do. It's like, no, they didn't do this. They just got bitched out by the people who were doing it better. As soon as people started doing the stuff better, they were like, nah, we can't win that fight, so we're leaving it. And that's frustrating, man, because they provided some of the best, like Mario 64, bro, was such a defining moment.
Man, that was
as a gamer, bro.
That changed everything.
So cool. Yeah, man. Like it was like, oh snap, games can be like this. I mean, listen, Halo's the game that made me realize that I can play games forever, like that I can really feel strongly about games. But Mario 64 was like that first time it was like, oh wow, this is what gaming can be like. You can do this. You can explore the world back there. It's not just a background and I'm just going left and right. It really was something.
Sadly, I didn't live during that time, so I don't really know what the rise was like 100%. But from accounts, like during that time was like really something special. Like there was no other point in gaming that kind of felt like it. Just seeing everything jump from like 2D planes, just this Z-axis that unlocked everything. As far as possibility is concerned, like I know there's this one thing I keep hearing about when Ocarina of Time came out, where there was this point where you could like look at a castle at some point in distance, and the whole thing was like you could literally go to that castle you see, and that was such a crazy moment for a lot of people. I know you don't really fuck with Zelda much, but that's another one aside from like Mario that I hear about. It's like a holy shit. And then I like when the GameCube came out, like there was a lot of impressive stuff like water effects, smoke effects, Luigi's Mansion, Wave Race that were real, even now are still really impressive, like as far as part like technology is concerned. And obviously that infamous Zelda tech demo that never came to be, but like that blew people's minds. Like Zelda was at one point that like, holy shit, this is gonna the next one's gonna push graphics, bro. And that went to shit really fast with Wind Waker. So, it's just like wild to see Nintendo change so much. And then Wii Sports was their defining title from like the Wii generation. It's still the third best selling game of all time. And it looks plain as shit. And that's basically what they've kept going forward for the most part. So I don't know.
I mean, that's the thing, right? And then for me, PlayStation's on the same fucking boat where it's like, I never really cared for PlayStation. I didn't really have it until like PlayStation 2. I bought it with my own money and I played a few games there, and it was just more hype than anything else because there was nothing really out that was very good. I played the Bouncer, a shit ton. And then that
I know it was an RPG machine, but
and I hate RPGs. So I mean, at that time, I think I still do hate RPGs. I love Western RPGs. Back then, Western RPGs weren't the
thing.
That was
like PC.
Yeah, it was JRPGs. And I still hate JRPGs to this day, and that's the problem. Like Claire Expedition is just a JRPG in European
It's
rapping.
like French RPG,
Yeah.
but like they just really like the Japanese.
Yeah, so like that's why I don't fuck with it. But like the point is that the PlayStation 2 didn't do much of shit there, but then they started making games that I fucking really enjoyed, like Uncharted, right? I loved Uncharted. Naughty Dog just was my shit. Jack and Dexter I loved back in the day, right?
Crash Bandicoot. Technically, he was one of the first 3.
Yeah, but I was never a huge Crash Bandicoot fan. It was cool, but I wasn't a huge Crash Bandicoot fan. But Jack and Daxter, I love. Like I wasn't like there was Jack and Daxter and then Ratchet and Clank, right? Like they were like the competing fucking duo.
And Naughty Dog.
But I always a Jack and Daxter fan.
I don't know what the fuck they were on, but like they just had the most random ass tonal switch with part 2 and 3. Like they're so edgy as shit compared to like
but at the time that I was coming up, like that was perfect because in my age I was like, I want something.
That's not a bad thing.
You know what I'm saying? Like cool, it just was.
But, like,
it was perfect.
What possessed them to change the tone so much? Like I played 1 and 2, and I'm like, are these the same franchise, bro? They're like completely different.
But it was phenomenal, right? Like I really enjoyed it. I felt like they were pushing for their time, and then boom, you get Uncharted, and Uncharted is just for me. It was so like I love that shit. It was just so good. And then obviously you go through all of the generation. That's pretty much my biggest thing. And then you get into The Last of Us, and Last of Us becomes one of my favorite franchises in gaming outside of my Halos and my. Yeah, and some of the other things on Xbox that I love, but like for outside, like that was for sure one of my favorite things. And it's like obviously everybody on the channel knows when I talk about this, but it frustrates the fuck out of me because I got involved in PlayStation 5 because of the expectation of what was going to be next. You did this in PlayStation 3, then you went to PlayStation 4 and did this, and wow, look at how great that looked and how great that was. What can you do with PlayStation 5? And then PlayStation said, I could do nothing. I could do what I did before. That's it. Yeah. We hit the rooftop over here on PlayStation Land. And it's like, bitch, you told me you believe in generations. You believe in shit. Okay. PlayStation is just a fucking letdown and a half. But that's the point, right? It's a letdown. Switch. All y'all know, I was so pumped for the new Switch. I was like, yo, they're gonna do it. They're gonna be more powerful. They're gonna give some real competition to these other people, and that's gonna make everybody else better. No, they are doing shit. Nobody's gonna be better because of the Switch. The only thing that the Switch did was make handhelds come back, and I wasn't a handheld fan because I hated mobile shit. I always dreamt of a handheld that can give me the same game I could play on the console, but on a handheld. And that's where we are, right? That's what they'll forever be known for doing. Making the handheld be the console was amazing, right? So kudos to them. But then they shit the bed. They're basically gave us a Wii U. Okay, they gave us a Wii U.
I mean, maybe not that
same shit with more power. Well, meaning it's the same shit with more power. All old games refurbished. It's literally the Wii U. So it's actually the Wii U actually gave better games. To be fair,
I guess
it gave better games. So the point is that PlayStation and Nintendo both became just this stagnant fucking shell of itself, just the same bullshit over and over, rinse and repeat. The Last of Us released 40 fucking times. God of War is just the same shit. God of War. Spider-Man was the same shit. Spider-Man. Horizon, same shit. Horizon. It's all more of the same bullshit. And like, frankly, I'm so fucking fed up with their bullshit. I'm so tired of their nonsense. Xbox is the only shining light that's in gaming right now, bro. They're the only thing that's exciting. And a game that you love and cherish, Claire Expedition 33, right? Is a game that everybody's loving, right? Everybody's loving. And you know what? Xbox gave that shit to us. They gave it to us in our Game Pass subscription.
Well, Game Pass
that's the fuck I'm talking about, bro.
Which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're gonna keep doing that more. Look, we're getting remember, we are now getting Marvel Cosmic Invasion in our Game Pass day and date.
Tribute games I really like tribute games. They're really cool.
But it's a Marvel game. You're getting that game in Game Pass day one. It's a phenomenal game. I've already played it You were there too.
Yeah, I remember. I was there.
Marvel Cosmic
I don't know
Invasion.
if I got to try it, but I was definitely in there.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to their stuff.
Yeah, it plays great. It's fun as fuck. And the point is that that's happening, and that's happening now. That wasn't going to happen. That wasn't announced as a Game Pass game. They went and grabbed it. Remember, they told us that the price was going to go up, but they were going to go from 50 day one games to 75 day one games. And then we asked, well, what's the caliber of those games going to be? Well, they're showing you right now, pre-price increase, Marvel Cosmic Invasion, not on Game Pass day one. Post, it's on Game Pass day one. That is what I'm looking for. That's exciting to me, right? Giving me more value for my dollars and giving me more experiences so that we can go ahead and be like, oh shit, this is dope. Let's go ahead and play it. Let's go ahead and try it. And that is a huge reason why Claire Expedition 33 is what it is, right? Because Xbox put it in our hands and said, go ahead and play, right? That's a huge deal, man.
A big part of it.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That there's 30, like, no matter how you guys cut it, there's 35 million plus people who subscribe to Game Pass. That's 35 million people who had Claire Expedition 33 in their hands. Well, they didn't have it, but open to them, right? So I mean, that was what was available, and they put it in their hands, and now it's one of the biggest games out there. And kudos to them, but goddamn, this is the excitement. And the fact that they choose, knowing full goddamn well that Xbox is where the excitement is right now in gaming, as far as what they're bringing to it and the services that they're providing, they still say, hey, you released fucking 12 games or 11 or 10, somewhere between 10 and 12 games this year. Fuck all of them. No game of the year nod, even though they're deserving. No, fuck you. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, they're probably they're definitely publisher of the year. So if they're like, they're publisher of the year, they should.
We'll see. Assuming
what publisher have more highly rated games than Xbox
again? Assuming that no bullshit comes about, then yes, that's what they should have.
I mean, wait, you don't mean first party only, right? Like you mean third parties as well?
No, yes. Well, they do publisher, considering every publisher that exists. Who was the publisher of the year? I mean, Xbox is already won publisher of the year when they had
they won in 2020, I think, or 2021.
I think it was 2021, was it not? I feel
whatever the year that included Psychonauts.
Yeah, it was
Halo.
Yeah, that was 2021, right? Death Stranding, Psychonauts, Halo, and Forza. Not Death Stranding, Deathloop.
That people love to ignore it, but that was 100% Xbox game when it came out. Just happened to be on PS5 first because of contract issues.
Yeah. So it's like, they should win it for sure. Are they? Well, I guess we'll fucking find out, but they absolutely should win it. All right. I think we've discussed the Game Awards. I think we're good with that.
We're definitely beating death a bit.
Yeah, we want to move to the next topic.
What's on the agenda?
All right, give me a second. Let's get, where the fuck is it? Hold on, we're getting it. Oh, matter of fact, real quick before we leave, let me just show this. There's a look at the most nominated games at the Game Awards. So just to kind of round it out
for the show.
For the show, yeah. 2025 most nominated games. 12 nominations, Expedition 33. 7 nominations each. Wow, what a fucking coincidence. Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yotei. God damn it. 6 nominations, Hades 2. 5 nominations, Hollow Knight, Silk Song. 4 nominations, Split Fiction.
A lot of one-offs, I'm sure.
I mean, there's tons of one-offs after that, but Ghost and Death both having 7 is fucking wild.
I just don't get Doom the Dark Ages. Like, I feel like that
Doom, honestly, I feel like out of the Xbox, aside from maybe Indie, had probably the highest chance of actually getting into Game of the Year. Like if you look at the runner-ups, it was probably in the top 4 for runner-ups.
But it doesn't have that many nominations, so obvious. So in this case, it didn't have a chance based on what we're seeing.
3 or 4. Well, I mean, the important thing to consider is that there are clearly right here games that weren't nominated for Game of the Year that got more nominations than some of the nominees. So that's not necessarily 110% one. I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing that it might have been closer than we think. But I feel they got a good number. Like I think he got 3 or 4, which is pretty good.
No, not 4. 4 nominations is Split Fiction. So I believe it got 2. So it got.
I thought there was a third one.
I think it got that Doom. I believe has 2 nominations. I
mean, I think actually
because Bethesda put a post up saying congratulations to our teams, and it was 2 for Doom, 1 for Indiana Jones, or maybe 2 for Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I think I got 2.
Yeah,
action adventure and performance.
Like for instance, I think that I really hope that Indiana Jones wins for best performance over
There
Claire.
is 0 world we live in where Claire.
I want
the only hope you have is if it's such a 3-way split is so strong.
That's why I told you. That's why I told you. I think that's
think
where Indy has a chance, because the people who want Indy are going to vote for Indy. The people who want Claire Obscure are going to be split between 3 different people.
I mean, the popular consensus I've seen is Ben Stiller as Verso, which I voted for Charlie Cox as Gustav, but I would be happy with both of them. Honestly, it was her and Jennifer English for who voiced Mael that I was kind of going back and forth with Gustav being my ultimate answer, but I wouldn't be upset if any of them won. And I think there's going to be the favorite out of the 3, but if it's even Steven split, but the real question is everyone just going to pick Claire Obscure? Because then it doesn't matter if it's how even. It's just one of them will even out and, one will reveal itself. So,
I mean, that's where my fingers are crossed, right?
Silent Hill has no fucking chance, though.
Because I feel like Indy has a chance. I feel like there are because I just did a quick look, and there are a lot of people who were like, I can't believe Indiana Jones didn't get into Game of the Year. Like there's still a certain group, and it's just how many of them are going to bunch together and be like, fuck it, we're going to vote for this thing. And,
Look, I feel like the bunching effect kind of comes to play with player's voice, like how Halo got ignored Infinite, but it won player's voice successfully. So it just takes that dedicated group to be like, if this game didn't get nominated or barely got nominated, we're going to make damn sure it gets nominated. And God forbid not another fucking gacha game. Genshin winning that was embarrassing. It didn't even come out that year. That's baffling to this day. But yeah, assuming that never happens again, I'm very happy that player's choice exists because that might be Indiana's choice, chance to take its statue or something. Honestly, it might do it. I think that's probably has one of the strongest chances of actually winning player's voice.
Well,
because people love Indiana Jones, even Xbox haters or whatever. People just love Indy as a character and world. So some people might honestly love it enough to just push it intensely.
Maybe we could convince old people who don't even know about the video games to just vote for Indy. You know what I'm saying? Just text them the website like, yo, hit this real quick. Indiana Jones, you want him to win, right? They'll be like, what are you talking about, son? Don't matter. Just do it. You know what I'm saying?
Matter, bro.
Force the old people.
I mean, clearly Jeff's got connections with Hollywood, big shots. So, he could probably just hit him up yo, hear me out.
Well, also remember the one thing is Troy Baker, he's also in Death Stranding.
Yeah, I know.
And he didn't get the nom in Death Stranding for his acting. For his,
I'm shocked
for the
that
acting.
No one got recognized for acting. It won, not only got nominated a couple times, but won when the first one came around. And part 2 just seems to have even stronger acting. So, and new actors to boot. So, it's weird that it didn't get any nominations in Silent Hill over Death Stranding. I don't know what is so special about her performance to get in over a lot of other.
I didn't hear anything about Silent Hill voice acting or performances, so I don't know where this shit even came from. But sure,
maybe the deep cut where not a lot of people play Silent Hill compared to some of its competition, but the people who did, they're like, man, that left an impact on me. And there is such a thing as passion for a game where like a small group played it, but that group is obsessed with it and will do whatever it takes to get it in the conversation. So you never know. Maybe there's just like a big band for Silent Hill F, and her performance was really something memorable.
I mean, maybe time will tell. When is the Game Awards?
December 11th. It's a few weeks.
December 11th.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Oh, we need. By the way, we didn't talk about how much of a joke best anticipated game is, because anything next to GTA is just gonna fucking die.
Well, they had to put something with.
Yeah, I know.
GTA's
gonna win. There's literally.
But even okay, so now that you brought that one up, are you fucking telling me that Fable is not one of the most anticipated game? A Gears game is not one of the most anticipated game? Fucking Halo.
Wait, let me think.
Forza, the next Forza, one of the biggest games that released
in Japan.
Did they announce Forza? Because like I know
you need to have
announced.
No, but hey, you're not listening. You need to have a teaser or some sort of logo that's
announced.
Yeah, they announced at TGS.
Tokyo Game Show.
Is Forza more exciting than GTA or The Witcher? Like,
no, but we're not talking. But we're not talking about GTA or The Witcher. There was other shit on that list.
But
I was not
Gears EA, I think, would have been a good one to have in there. And what was the first one? Fable. Fable, I think, should have 110% been there. And I think Elder Scrolls, it's such a when is this ever releasing that I don't think they were gonna include it unless there's like some teaser that comes out.
No,
like,
it'll be for the following year.
So like next
year. Game Awards, Elder Scrolls will be there.
Which should be fair. Elder Scrolls will win anticipation, assuming GTA 6 already came out. Which there's no. To be fair, I'm like, there's no way it wouldn't have. But it's already like fall 2026. You could very easily just look at your phone and Twitter and be or X and just be like, delayed till 2027. Not even surprised. So But yeah, GTA is gonna win, and that's something. It's such hilarious because like Witcher 4 looks amazing. Yes. Oh, there's some really special looking games, but like literally, genuinely, nothing matters when GTA 6 is in the nominations list. That's just like done. It's over.
Especially considering that Witcher 4 is not coming out. Everybody knows Witcher 4 is not coming before GTA 6 is coming. So it's like, why? It's just stupid.
I know. Still, like, let's put it this way: if GTA 6 actually stuck to its release date and came out this year, this whole thing about Claire, you got this, we love Claire, that would fucking die. GTA would destroy everything. It would just completely overtake the conversation. Like GTA is not just an event in gaming; it's just a global event. Like people who don't play video games, don't know games, will know GTA 6 when it hits, and it will change popular culture going forward. So yeah, that's like gonna be like a nuclear bomb whenever it comes out.
I'm ready for it.
We'll wait and see.
I'm ready for it. And I do got to shout out my girl Doodle for pointing out the fact that conveniently, just like Spider-Man before it with the 7 noms, is teeing up real good for a 007.
I forgot about the game.
Doodle,
it looks
we're ready
good.
to go, baby. You're right.
Pales a bit. And then also
First Light. Oh man, that was a disappointment.
Yeah. Also, I couldn't help but notice that like this was like the one thing that also really got me. Best adaptation is freaking pathetic this year. Like it's horrible this year. Like the problem is that like the last couple of years, it was really easy to be like, yeah, this one. Like it always aligned with like Emmy Awards or like professional award shows for film and television. Like Arcane won the first year. It won 8 Emmy Awards as of now. The Fallout won 2 Emmys, and also won. And Last of Us season 1 was like a huge splash, and that won like 16 or some shit. I'm pretty sure. No, I think maybe it got nominated that it won 8, and then now it's at 16. But like what I'm saying is that like it was really easy to be like, oh, this one, and usually it was like, all right, I agree with it though. Like this is like a high caliber, respectable movie or show, and like I get that. This nomination list is pathetic. The fact that a Minecraft movie is genuinely a front runner, despite how awful that movie is, the fact that it really is like one of the best contenders there is like, that's crazy. Like what? You got Devil May Cry, which I like Devil May Cry, but it's not like some awards worthy show or whatever. Splinter Cell, which was just okay. The Last of Us season 2, which is the only nominee that actually has like Emmy credentials or like lines up. But like TV critics liked it, video game critics hated it. So I don't even think they're gonna pick it. Like they might just ignore it. And then what? I don't even remember what the last Until Dawn. How the hell did that get there? Like that's ridiculous. Mind you, Sonic 3 would have been a better choice than Until Dawn. So I don't know. It's a shit list. Yeah, like I picked Devil May Cry, but more like I was like, well, I guess it's the better of the nominees. But like, I always look forward to that category because there's like, I love Arcane. I thought season 1 of The Last of Us was great. Fallout was great, and I'm like, man, this year's gonna be good. There's nothing. Season 2 was horrible of Last of Us, and all the other nominees just weren't special. So like, I picked Devil May Cry, but I had no enthusiasm. It was just like, all right, this is the better one, but I don't know. So what do you think, Pharaoh and CMoney, about that? If you have any thoughts at all.
I mean, I know the kids love the Minecraft movie, so I'm not gonna rag on it too much. Not my type of thing. I watched Devil May Cry. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. It was a show.
It felt like weird Devil May Cry fan fiction at some points. Like he feels more like Nero than Dante, which it's like, all right, but one of the better ones.
I'm not gonna rag on it, but it wasn't. It wasn't great. What are the other nominees for the adaptation?
The Last of Us season 2, Until Dawn, and Splinter Cell: Dead Watch.
Last of Us was kind of lost to me. Until Dawn was not a great movie, but it was a passable horror film. It was a passable cheesy horror film, I guess.
Yeah. Could have been a lot worse, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know. Like this wasn't a great year of game adaptations to film or anime. It wasn't a great year of it.
Yeah, like I think it hit because like I really love that category because as someone who does love film and television a lot, when they kind of see how the mediums collide and oftentimes the biggest movie or TV show from gaming, all it does just spread the popularity of the IP and introduce it to people who never would have touched it and in other cases would loved it, but it just didn't happen this year. And yeah, Minecraft movie was popular, but look at the critic scores and shit, and it's like terrible. Like people didn't care for it aside from the memes, like and the kids that are like chicken jockey, and that's all the fun was, just making fun of it essentially.
I enjoyed the Minecraft movie. All right, I watched it with the kids, and I had a good time. I voted for the Minecraft movie. That should have been a win. All right, but I do get it. And I think ultimately, that's part of the fun with it is just kind of seeing what's going to win. And what are the chances of things winning. But ultimately it's so difficult for me to ever really care about these things. Like if they treated everything like fairly, like across the board, that'll be one thing. But it's so obvious when you have a year like Xbox had and nothing gets it from a heavy, like not major. Like you're talking heavyweights. Obsidian.
It got RPG and I think nothing else.
The one that fucking made the game that all these people glaze so much, which I never played, but Fallout New Vegas, right?
People adore New Vegas.
Adore child. They come out, they release 3 bangers in a year. Nothing.
Grounded got ignored.
Obviously, I know it got nominated for regular shit, but I'm talking about
the big thing.
The big thing.
Like the director fucking, narrative.
Come on, man. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. And you talk about indies, right? Okay, it's not an indie because Xbox owned them, but there's definitely indie flair when it comes to a game like South of Midnight, right? That is so graphically appealing with the stop motion and how different that is. What a phenomenal story they told. Amazing voice acting, amazing characters that they created.
I feel like calling South of Midnight indie is like calling Psychonauts indie. Like, yeah, it's smaller than some games. And
it was indie until they bought them, right? It was indie until they bought them. And I guess the point is that it depends on how you define indie. Like
independent.
Obviously, independent means that you're not part of the pub, but
but you are if you're owned by it.
But yeah, and that's fine. But I mean, and I'm not asking for it to go on best indie or some shit. But I'm saying like the sensibility of the type of games that were made have that indie heart.
The only thing I can't understand is that I'm baffled how it didn't get music at all. Like not even
that, which is crazy because that's literally what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what
it got. Innovation and accessibility, and I think like one other one I can't remember at the top of my head. but like no music, no audio design, and I was like, dude, really?
Like, come on, man! But
art direction, art direction would have been perfect.
Yeah, dude.
It makes you feel like they didn't play the game. That's
yeah, a little bit. But even you take it further. You look at somebody like fucking id, right? ID Software makes their brand new Doom game, phenomenal game. Nothing, right? Of course, these little things that they give them, but nothing. Indiana Jones,
much worse than Doom's 2016 and Eternal, though. So it was like tracking to do poorly, like in comparison to how well the other two did. So I'm not surprised at all.
But what do you mean? But what do you mean as far as like reception?
I mean, yeah, reception. Like,
yeah, well, because the reception is because of Xbox.
And Eternal.
Exactly. Because Xbox is not attached to 2016.
Supposedly, the big thing is that it tried really hard to bring in story, but the story wasn't great. That's apparently the consensus.
So, but that's the bullshit consensus that they create to keep it down. Whereas the reality is Doom is just Doom. And Doom is fun as fuck. Going around, killing shit, ripping shit apart, having a great old time. They even slowed it down, but you can speed it up and make it as fast as you want. So you can't even use that shit against it. It's phenomenal.
Look,
but it's just the way that
I get like the frustration with these kind of things. Like, even though gaming, I don't really have any major gripes. I have to say I'm a fan of the Oscars. And like, you know, as much as I do enjoy the Oscars and how they judge movies, stuff like that, they would rather burn down their damn academy themselves than to nominate an animated movie outside the animation category, which I think can be really annoying sometimes when they're easily among the best of the best, but they'll just get side-eyed just because they're a certain way. So I can understand the frustrations seeing something that, you know, if it were this way or were under a different publishing branch or looked different, it would be nominated 100%, but like just doesn't because they don't want to, and that is frustrating. But, you know, I definitely like kind of made peace with certain things. I can understand, you know, like how like it can be annoying, but I do see where it does get recognized, and hopefully we see more representation because, like, at the very least, these games weren't ignored. They got nominated in multiple categories. It's just that they should have been nominated more. That's basically what it comes down to. So at the very least, you're getting out there. I feel like Fable's going to be a bigger one where it's just, I think they're going to have a hard time ignoring it. Elder Scrolls going to be, I think, I'm betting my marbles that being too massive to ignore. So I don't know. I think that we are headed towards a brighter future for Xbox in the Game Awards and like award shows in general. The fact that there's controversy around Indiana, you know, and kind of shows that, you know, there is a discussion being had about it. So I do have faith that, you know, things will turn out better for Xbox and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, look, we'll see what happens. The problem is that that's the same thing that we felt every time. You know what I'm saying? Like Starfield and all these other things. Like everything has the reason to make Xbox, dude. Fucking Obsidian released compared to Obsidian, Playground in the RPG space has no credit, right? This is their first RPG they're making with Fable. Now, does it look glorious? Yes. Does it look amazing? Yes. But there's no basis to be like, oh, we know for sure that Playground is capable of making a phenomenal RPG. Now, I'm sure the people who work at that at Playground working on Fable are more than qualified, have great credentials, and are going to make something amazing. I know it's going to be really, really good, but I'm saying in the eyes of all these other fucks who are going to come out here and go ahead and nominate shit, they're going, when they had the opportunity to nominate a beloved studio, which is Obsidian, that has many, many years and many generations of games that are beloved and people love, to say, nah, not this year, fam, not you. I don't think Playground gets that same, like, I don't think Playground's going to rise above that. I hope they do, but I don't think the world is going to look at them in that way.
I mean, Fable has the best shot, but I do think that, like, I could definitely see a world where Fable would, you know, get largely ignored. It's just Elder Scrolls. I think that one's just too massive, especially how monstrous of success is Oblivion and Skyrim. Skyrim still gets played and re-released and succeeds like every other year. Like, it's still a huge deal. So I feel like unless they like it's like the same shit again, which there's no way it's not going to be, then like it was announced before the Series X and PS5 came out. It'll come out next generation. It's going to be insane. And I think it'll be too big to be ignored, even if like it's Xbox dominant or whatever. So I don't know. I think it's too much. It'll break them.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. It's just not likely, and it's just annoying. But that's why, again, that's why these things don't fucking matter ultimately, because it's not realistic. It's pretend. Just the same way none of these games made it into the most anticipated. Think about it. They're not excited for it now. Nothing's gonna change later. It's the same shit. They'll find the reasons to naysay it. So all right. I think we're good, right? With the Game Awards. All right. So let's move forward. But before we do that, we got to get our motherfucking homie, motherfucking Lord Starkiller XSX went ahead and gifted 20 on Point for Gamer memberships, man. Shout out to the homie, bro. Appreciate you, my dude. Y'all know what to do. Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emojis in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. Thank y'all so much for checking us out. But also our boy, Lord Starkiller. Thank you, man. Very, very kind of you. Much appreciated. Y'all know what to do in the chat. Go ahead and put those motherfucking FBs in the chat and show our boy what he means to you. All right. Give him some love. He deserves it. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. All right. Let's go ahead and move forward with the next chapter. All right. So, chapter number 2. There were some statements made out in these streets that we need to talk about. It's from our homie over at Take-Two. Take-Two CEO says gaming is moving towards PCs. Now, listen, I'm going to go into this story and we're going to read it. But the reason why I wanted to talk about this is because as essentially the leader in the industry, Xbox have chosen a path that they're taking everybody with. And how do you know that Xbox is making the right moves? How do you know that Xbox's influence is pouring over everyone? Well, I'll tell you very quickly. If you don't know who the CEO of Take-Two is, that man has not released Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption on PC at the same time ever. There's always been a delay, and it's always been a pretty long delay. The same person who did not find a reason to put his games on PC day one from Rockstar because he figured that he could milk them twice. Now he says gaming is moving towards PCs. Let's read the actual story and see what he says. So in an interview with CNBC, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick had some comments regarding the console PC debate. In fact, it seems he's taken a side in the whole debacle. The divide between PC and console gaming has been a rather long one. Exclusives on one, better quality on the other. It all seems to go back and forth. Take-Two, known for publishing the Grand Theft Auto and NBA 2K, has been on both fronts. Every month, it seems the company finds itself on the best-selling list for consoles for its catalog of sports games. While it'll take a while for the company to see a bigger payday with the Grand Theft Auto 6 delayed, it seems the CEO has some thoughts on the console PC divide. Zelnick says business is moving towards open to PC in recent interview. Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick sat down with CNBC's Squawk Box for an interview on gaming. While on the topic of console gaming, Zelnick stated, "I think it's moving towards PC and business is moving towards open rather than closed." Now, this is the thing. Grand Theft Auto's on everything. Red Dead is on everything. Everything that Take-Two releases is on everything. So the fact that he's talking about this, he's not talking about himself because he's already there, right? So he is acknowledging what Xbox is doing directly, right? Like that's the comment he's making. That's what he's talking about. Says, but if you define console as the property, not the system, then the notion of a very rich game that you engage in for many hours that you play on a big screen, that's never going away. So you're going to, again, be in a scenario where he's talking about being open. Doesn't matter where you're doing it, but you're still going to play on a console or a PC. You're still playing on a big screen TV to go ahead and get that the best experience you're going to get for a game, right? His comments do come at a convenient time as Valve announced the upcoming console, the Steam Machine, which can play Steam games on your TV. Similarly, Xbox and Microsoft have veered a bit towards PC gamers as recent statements from figures in the company indicate a change in tone from consoles. Weirdly, Take-Two's biggest upcoming release, Grand Theft Auto 6, has not been announced for PC. Its last entry, Grand Theft Auto 5, didn't see a PC release until 2 years after launching in 2013. In any case, it seems the company may be gearing up to open up with PC gaming more than ever. Okay, so there's a lot of interesting stuff here, namely this huge delay and it coinciding with what we believe based off rumors that Xbox should be dropping their new console by later next year, right? So towards the end of next year, the next Xbox should be out. Grand Theft Auto should be launching right there. And that next Xbox is also going to be a hybrid console in the sense that you're going to have console on the front end, but PC on the back end. You'll be able to explore PC stores like the Rockstar launcher if you want, Steam, Epic, all that fun stuff. So if that's the case, you know, could we be gearing up to a moment where all of a sudden you're able to have a PC port of that game either at launch or soon thereafter? What do you think, Farrah?
I think the more this game continues to get pushed back, I think the more likely it is that it is maybe available for PC day one. I think we're seeing where the industry is going and where consumer spending is going, and people don't like being locked away to a box. That's why, you know, consoles just haven't grown in the past, 20 years. And gaming has grown, but the console space haven't. It's been going to PC. It's been going to mobile. It's been going to tablets. People are looking for other ways to game besides being locked into a box. So I think people are going to PC because they're showing that they want to have options. They don't want to do things like pay for online. They want to take in mods. I think he's 100% right. And I think him saying this lends credence to this possibly going from not being available on PC day one to being available on PC day one. Because the more you push it, the more it's pop. I mean, the original timeline was that the game was going to come out and then a year later it was going to be on PC. At least that's what we were assuming. So I think it lends credence to, the longer it takes, the more likely it's going to be on PC day one. I think he sees where things are going. And yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Even if it's like the Xbox hybrid that it launches with first, which is technically a PC. So maybe it's not technically on PC wide range, but it's, if you got that Magnus chip or maybe it's exclusive to, the Microsoft store for a period, which I highly doubt would happen. But I think we're looking at them I think he sees the writing on the wall. I think the rest of the industry sees the writing on the wall. That's why PlayStation's doing what they're doing. Everyone sees it except maybe Nintendo.
I feel that. I think it's pretty clear that that's the way forward. I think that's what gaming is heading towards, being more open and having the ability to experience the shit that you pay for wherever you want, right? Like that's the point. Just like when you buy a movie or you know have music and shit, like doesn't matter what device you're streaming it on, you're just using the same service anywhere. So I mean, at this point, it'll be the games that are moving, right? I mean, that's what makes sense. Man, what do you think, man?
I think that like when it comes to like all the shit with Rockstar and like them saying that like where consoles are heading towards like basically being PCs. I feel like that we basically are turning these consoles into PCs, Xbox in particular. I think that basically it's just becoming a stronger and stronger PC. Like it's becoming less console, more computer. Mm-hmm. And with the portable basically just being a computer on the go more so than an Xbox. And I just think that it's gonna head that way, and I think that's probably where it should head if we want to be able to handle all these experiences being made and be able to push its power, because we want to be able to provide more power to make more advanced concepts into reality. So I think that that's just what's going to happen. So I'm down for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately that's the direction, man. I think that's the direction that makes sense. And the fact that he's talking about it after, right? So he's doing it after seeing what Xbox is doing, after seeing what Valve is doing, and having that scenario where he's going to be able to sell his game in more places. Like that's what he wants. And as much as it's cool to think that he wants to, hold the game hostage on, from PC and delay the amount of money he's going to make there and maybe get double dips and things like that, it's also a different time now. And, we haven't really seen a lot of success from games that come after their like zeitgeist moment. You know what I'm saying? Like as cool as Grand Theft Auto is going to be next year when it drops, right? Red Dead was the same, and so was Grand Theft Auto 5, right? Yes, people will still keep buying them forever, obviously, and that's how they sell so many, but still that big moment, that big push happens in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like that big moment is right there. And then as time goes on, if you take a year or 2 years after that, well, what other big games are going to be out at that time? And although Grand Theft coming at any time is going to be a big deal to whoever hasn't had it, it still is going to be an older game by then. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know if it makes sense for them to wait, to release on PC, where you go ahead and just you delay the game already. You're already working on Xbox's new stack, right? Which is essentially giving you the PC version for free, right? Like that's if they're making a version to run on the next box, that's not going to just run it through backwards compatibility. It's already going to be able to run on PC natively. So like, why would you just arbitrarily just stop it and be like, nah, we're not going to do that? Like, I don't know how it helped them. Like now the game is out on PC and on console, and it was only 2 years, the first 2 years where it wasn't. And then the rest of the time it's been selling like crazy. You know what I'm saying?
And
so like,
I think you're right. Can't afford to miss nowadays. I mean, you're the hottest thing until you're not anymore, and people just assume that Grand Theft Auto is automatically going to be the next big thing. And if they wait too long, they might not be the next big thing. Something might take its place in that meantime. We just don't know. We don't know when the next hot thing is going to drop.
100%. Like you just don't know what's going to be out at that time. That might be huge, right? Like nobody expected Elden Ring to be so big, right? But it was, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's a.
Don't let the next big thing be free to play.
Well, I mean, but that's the crazy part, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I feel like I don't think it's worth it. I think what's the difference? You know what I'm saying? Like waiting that 2 years, what was the big there? It didn't change anything. Like it's been over 10 years that Grand Theft Auto was selling, right? So it's like 12 years total, 10 years everywhere. What is the difference? Just fucking do it. Just release it all, and you're gonna get an even bigger splash right off the rip, and you're good. You make more, and you start making more later. You know what I'm saying? Like or faster, right? You start making more faster, right? If you have everything there, you don't have this fucking delay that just stops your growth. You just put everything out there and just start making now.
And then if you don't, like them people that are on GTA Online, do you think they just want to sit around for a year and play the same old GTA Online while everyone else is playing GTA 6? Like
facts. That's big facts. I mean, it is convenient, this delay, to just when Xbox is rumored to be coming out in a world where maybe when they were first making this game, they didn't think dropping on PC at the same time made sense, but maybe as they built up and maybe as they saw, you know, the reception of the game, and they're like, oh shit, if we just put it all out at the same time, maybe it'll pop more or pop faster. You know, a lot of people are saying that it's going to make $1 billion in 24 hours, right?
I mean, supposedly it costs like $1 billion or $2 billion to make, so like I think they know how much it's going to sell. So I think, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it really did that.
Yeah, I must say, yeah, exactly how they hope it's going to sell. I mean,
you just never know.
That's the truth. It's the truth, though. Like ultimately, you don't know, and it just, I don't know. It feels like it makes sense, right? It feels like that's what should be happening. You know what I'm saying? It feels like this is the answer. You go ahead and you make it work. You know what I'm saying? You just figure it out. Get both on there. Let me ask you this. Do you think, because I know I'm talking about the potential upside, do you think there's a downside to this? Do you think it would be a downside if they went ahead and dropped on PC at the same time?
I don't think that there's a downside to it. I think it can only be positive. You get everyone playing it all at once. You get that that groundswell of like everyone being excited, and people who may have, I mean, believe it or not, there's a lot of people who never played Grand Theft Auto. So you get all those people hyped at the idea of playing it. I see nothing but good things by going ahead and, you know, getting everyone in as fast as you can into your game. I don't see the negative. The only negative is that if you don't, people might find other things to play. And if they find other things to play and you know, maybe that $100 price tag that you have for the game just doesn't seem as appealing as anymore. Despite how great the game is. The game could be amazing, but is it $100 amazing for me? Maybe not. Maybe this other game that captured my attention, you know, has me now, and I'm gonna play that. I mean, you got to get it while you can. You don't want to make people wait.
Yeah, especially in this day and age, right? Just this time, it's just a different. It's just a different beast. It's just a different beast.
Yeah.
All right. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think I wanted to talk about this. I think, I mean, again, we know that this is the direction that Xbox is heading, and we know this is the way the industry's heading, right? We've seen Sony talk about hiring people in-house for PC ports. They hired people for Xbox ports, right? So, like, as much as the ponies want to, you know, live in Delulu land and believe that nothing is going to change and it's all going to be the same forever, you know, when you have people like Take-Two, who's one of the biggest third-party publishers that there is now, considering that Xbox bought Activision, right? So you have them saying that this is the way that things are looking like it's moving. Microsoft is saying this is the way things looking like it's moving. PlayStation saying this is the way things are moving. That's why we have to hire these people and do this stuff. I just think that the time for separating these environments is coming to an end. I think that it's going to be time to start putting everything together, making sure that when you drop your game, you just drop it everywhere. And we know Xbox is already facilitating that. So any last things on this before we move on?
Not really.
All right, Farrell?
Not under me.
All right. Let me get my where is it? Get my next chapter. Where are you? There you go. Okay. Here it is. Let me take my chapter. All right. Okay. All right. So chapter 3. We have to talk about the Sarah Bond interview. She had an interview. It was like 37 minutes long with Fortune. It was a pretty good interview. If you haven't heard it, I definitely suggest checking it out. There's a lot of conversations about her in there as well, kind of getting and she's said this in other occasions, but kind of having it all in the same place. It's nice to have her kind of like reaffirm her background. She even makes a really good comment, which the interviewer seems to be kind of, I don't know, obviously they all talk about this stuff going in. I don't know if they share everything, but they asked her about playing games, right?
Yeah.
And she talked about how she played a lot of games with her father coming up, because that's the way that he chose to bond with her. And then she talked about how she plays with her family and all this other stuff. And then she made a comment about really having to play the games to kind of understand where things are and where things are going and what developers can do and what they want to do and all this other shit. And the interviewer made a comment about not many people in your position actually play the games, so I think that was a nice little jab at PlayStation, who notoriously is full of people who don't play any games anymore. Obviously the bottom, yes, but like at the top, no. Like we know our boy Jim Ryan wasn't playing shit. This Nishino, whatever the hell, he ain't playing.
Couldn't even hold the controller, right?
Yeah. They ain't playing shit. They ain't doing shit. And she kind of made a jab at it, like, yeah, I mean, you're supposed to be playing. Like that's the way to know, right? Which kind of feeds into where Xbox is and how they seem to be so in tune with where things are going with gaming and kind of leading that way. But aside from that, one of the things that annoys me is that Microsoft comes out here and there'll be rumors, right? Rumors from fucking Joe Blow, nobody living at home with their mama to their fucking 58 in the basement. And they're like, hey, I heard a rumor. And then all of a sudden, Xbox is dying because of a rumor, right? And one of the rumors that has been around for a little bit now, that, I mean, and it's not like a rumor like it's credible, it's more like just bullshit that's out there, but these people take it and spin it and run with it, is that Xbox is dead because Xbox hardware is dead. They say Xbox is not making hardware anymore, even though back in 2024 and at the that little roundtable discussion or whatever it is, they came out and they talked about how they're making the next piece of hardware and it's going to be the most the biggest technological leap ever in gaming, for them in gaming. And it's like they said it there, and then more rumors came out. Oh, well, now they're only doing this partnership with other people. They're going to be out of the hardware game, and all three of them, her, Phil, and Matt, all have come out talking about the fact that they're making consoles. Well, here is another time where it's come up, and I think the answer is worth listening to. So we will hear it from Miss Sarah Bond herself.
Hardware is absolutely core to everything that we do at Xbox, because we know that our most valuable players, people who love Xbox, love the hardware experience. And so that is why we are working on our next generation hardware. It's going to be a powerful experience, and one that also enables people to take their library with them. And that's what's really important here as well, is that we know that while people want to play their library absolutely on the console, they also want to be able to play it on PC or stream it around the cloud. And so the Xbox experience starts with the console, but then gives something to people that they can experience across all screens if they choose to, bringing their library, their community, their identity, and the store with them everywhere they go. Hardware is absolutely core to everything that we do at Xbox.
So I think it's important to hear that, again, it's core, right? And then this is an important
hardware
thing.
Is
listen to what she says.
Absolutely core.
I want to play again because you want to hear it
at Xbox, because we know that our most valuable players, the people who love Xbox, love the hardware experience.
Our most valuable players, the people who love Xbox, love the console experience. Did you catch that? Did you hear that?
Because we know
I caught it.
That our most valuable players, the people who love Xbox, love the hardware experience. And so that is why we are working on our next generation hardware. It's going to be a powerful experience, and one that also enables people to take their library with them.
Now, I also want to go into that too. So there's two things here. But very quick, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother, for coming to rock out with us.
No problem. I appreciate it a lot.
I know you got class in the morning. So
early class. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
All right. It was nice chatting with you guys. So enjoy the rest of your podcast.
Thanks, bud.
I'll be taking my leave now. Have a nice evening.
Have a good
thanks,
one.
bud.
You too. Thanks.
Good night, buddy. Love you, bud. Okay, so our most valuable player, the people who love Xbox, love the console experience. It's very important to understand that when she's saying that, she's acknowledging the fact that they know that the people that they need to appease, right? The people that they need to make sure they're keeping happy are the true Xbox fans, right? And they know that the true Xbox fans are not worried about any of the bullshit that the ponies want you to be upset about, or the pony bots spent 16 years crying about. They know what we want. We want power in our console, and we want a lot of games. That's what we want. And they know that we are the most valuable players that they have. So the fact that she acknowledges that is fantastic, because that is the reality, right? And we do want the power. And even if I have the most powerful PC in the world, I still want an Xbox, and I still want that Xbox to be as powerful as humanly fucking possible, right? So I'm very excited about that. But this last part, I don't know if you heard here, where she said that it's going to empower taking it with you. To think about this for a second.
A powerful experience, and one that also enables people to take their library with them.
So interesting, because did she just, and I don't know if I'm just going deeper, but did she just kind of tell us that there will be a Switch-like component to this console? Because I mean, realistically speaking, we already, I mean, for what it is, I mean, we already have what she's talking about, right?
Yeah,
we already have it. We already, our games come with us regardless of the scenario, right?
I don't think that's what she's talking about. I think she's talking about it in the sense of like how we take our music and our games, our music and our movies with us, no matter what device we use once we purchase it digitally. So like if you got Movies Anywhere or Fandango, like you can put all your collection together, and no matter what device you're on, whether you're on a Fire Cube or you're on a laptop or your phone, you're able to kind of access that media. I think that's more what they're talking about. I don't think they're talking about the what we would consider to be the under the box console to be also a portable device. I don't think that's what they're talking about in this instance.
So in general, I would say, yeah, that has to be it, right? But I don't know, fam. Like we already have that.
I mean, we have that in the Xbox Allies that we're able to purchase.
Well, no, we have the ability to play our games anywhere right now. If you have a handheld, a PC handheld of any type, you can play your PC games from the Windows Store, right? If you have,
but it's not the full library yet. I think they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna do it in a much bigger way than what we currently have access to. I think you might even like original Xbox games, 360 games. I think a lot of them.
But that has nothing to do with this new box.
Well, they've been talking about
PC. Listen to what she's saying. And again, I might just be nitpicking, but I listen to words, man, and words have a reason to be said.
Hardware. It's going to be a powerful experience and one that also enables people to take their library with them.
Okay, it enables people to take their library with them, but your current Xbox enables you to take your library with you. I buy a game there. I have Xbox Play Anywhere. I can download it somewhere else. I have Game Pass. I can go ahead and use it on a PC. I have cloud. I can stream any of these games from the cloud. I have remote play. I can stream any of these games from the console. What is different in what can possibly be the case that has something to do with this box? Again, if I can go on my phone and do something, this box doesn't enable that. The box does nothing. Yeah. That's a service. If I go on my PC and I have deeper ability to play older games from my stuff, that has nothing to do with a brand new box. That has everything to do with whatever software they enable on the PC.
I would say I'm still not thinking she's saying that this thing is going to be Switch like. That's not what I think. Maybe she's speaking about the specific capabilities of the Magnus chip, maybe being able to access more of your library than it could in the past. Like the backwards compatibility program only allows select titles. Maybe this Magnus chip kind of opens the floodgates to where it's no longer select titles. Maybe it's your whole 360 library. Maybe it's your whole Xbox library included.
But the Magnus is not portable. So it doesn't matter so it can open it up to every game that you ever bought for your entire life.
But
it doesn't enable you to take it with you.
But the Magnus chip may also be available on smaller devices. Like maybe this handheld is the prototype, and then when they release their official handheld, it'll have like a Magnus chip that's smaller.
You're saying this. So you're saying that it is possibly a handheld device.
Well, I'm saying I think the under the box console will not be a Switch-like device.
Well, I don't think it's going to be okay. I get what you're saying. I don't think it's a Switch where like the handheld is the console. I think the console will be the console, but I do think that they will be like
It may be like a hardware emulation layer that is built into the chip that will, kind of be something that's exclusive to their set of hardware. So like where, you can get a PC branded Xbox like the ROG Ally or the MSI Claw that has the Xbox full screen experience. But if you want that deeper layer of like the full backwards compatibility of everything you've invested into the Xbox experience, including like your full Xbox library and your full Xbox 360 library, you're going to have to get one of these handhelds that have the Magnus chip inside of it. It could be something like that.
I mean, it could be. I don't know. It doesn't sound, when she says it, it doesn't sound like it's another device. It sounds like it's part of the same device.
Well, it could just be a part of the device family. Like, like how Steam just announced a family of devices all at once. It could be the kind of the same thing.
It could be. It could be. Let me hear it one more time.
Why we are working on our next generation hardware. It's going to be a powerful experience and one that also enables people to take their library with them. And that's what's really important here as well, is that we know that while people want to play their library absolutely on the console, they also want to be able to play it on PC or stream it around the cloud. And so the Xbox experience starts with the console, but then gives something to people that they can experience across all screens if they choose to, bringing their library, their community, their identity, and the store with them everywhere they go. Hardware is...
And hardware is a plural term, so it could be more than one device that she's speaking about. It's not necessarily saying that she's speaking about one particular device. She could be speaking about a set of devices. You wouldn't say hardwares. So she could be speaking about a family of devices that they plan on releasing within the generation.
It's possible. That's possible. I think ultimately the fact that we get to even talk about this is exciting. I cannot wait to this next console, and the more like obvious, like I don't know, they're like a full court press right now. Like we just keep getting console talk, and I can't imagine that they're going to talk all this shit like nonstop about something that's coming in 2027.
Yeah.
I don't see that much conversation around the box that's coming that far out. If we did one interview, sure, but it's like everybody's talking about this fucking thing.
It's like every other week. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like she was just talking to one of those, the news people who went to Microsoft and saw it. Right here, this is the secret room that we can't film, but you can see it.
They've been talking about new hardware every interview, every month, every chance that they've had since the Xbox showcase. Like we've heard about new hardware nonstop ever since Xbox showcase. So I don't expect it to stop. I do expect that we're going to get some new hardware next year. It makes sense with how much they're talking about it.
I mean, it does. It does. I think it's just a matter of time, right? I think it's just a matter of time before we see it. And I think that time might be the Game Awards. I think you come out and you announce it and show it. Space Shot, I see him in the building over here, says that's a good point about the chatter, but man, if they launch a console with the Windows interface they have out there right now, they'll get hammered.
Well, Windows 12 is launching next year. So
is it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Supposedly.
I guess maybe I don't understand. Because honestly, and I don't know, maybe maybe I'm in the minority here, but I really enjoy the Xboxified, how do you put it? Xboxified Windows.
Oh, Xbox full.
I really enjoyed the Xbox full streaming experience.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too.
I love it. I
don't have much to pick at it. I like the improvements that they make to it every time. Like, oh, that's a nice little improvement, but it's not like something like I desperately need it in order to enjoy the application. It's just like, oh, that's a nice new thing that they added. That like, but functionally, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I really, really enjoy it. I don't see where, like, obviously, I guess, yes, there's the rough edges, and I think we talked about it in the review, where there's still like parts that pull you out of Xbox without wanting to, right? So like you're still, if you need to do some setting stuff, you're not in a Xbox environment going into your settings. It brings up the Windows settings menu. When you're doing the updates, it brings you the Windows fucking updates, right? Like if you're talking about that space shot, yeah, for sure. But I would assume something that's a year away. I mean, think about how just this experience was when they first were demoing it at June Showcase, right? Like it wasn't where it is now. In a short amount of time, they did massive amounts of upgrades, and the best thing that can happen to it is that it's out in the wild. You know, when it's behind closed doors and they're doing everything in secret, they don't really know necessarily 100% what matters to who and what needs to get prioritized first. But now that it's out there in the wild, so many people are using it. They have so much data that they can use to kind of go ahead and see where they're going to go next with it, right? So, I mean, yes, they 100% have to go ahead and carve away the Windows portion of it, have that hidden behind a shell that looks like Xbox, right? Make me a new version of the settings screen, have all the same ability, whatever you want, but just, you know, have all the main important shit in big boxes or whatever, easy to see, and then have like an advanced box where I can go in and see other shit that maybe most people don't want to look at, but Xboxify it, right? Yes, I agree with that. But I think I'm just assuming that from now till then they're going to get there, right? Like I'm assuming that they're going to get rid of all the little stuff it's just not doesn't look like Xbox. Doesn't mean it doesn't work. Doesn't mean it's not functional as it is now. Obviously, people use their PCs every day, and that Windows. Honestly, if you really think about it, more people are going to be comfortable using the Windows version of this shit than they are the Xbox version. You know what I'm saying? Just in the scope of how many people have access to PCs versus how many people have Xboxes, right?
And,
so not that they should do it. I think they need to make it more like Xbox for everything, but
I think the console experience coming to PC would be very great for the PC, because there's certain things that just the console does better. It's a lot smoother, like the loading in the shaders and things like that. If they can get rid of that and it just like launches like the console does, I think that would, you know, go a long way.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I honestly do. I think that it'll be a huge W for them to get to that point. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, I know you've been using it. I know I've been using it. The improvements that I've seen in the past. I mean, the device has only been out a month and 3 days, and the amount of updates and improvements that they've made, I'm not worried about where this application and where this, you know, where Windows is going to be a year from now. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a massive leap from what we see now. I mean, it's like a new update coming out like every week. So like they're fixing and tweaking everything on it. So
yeah, I mean, if you think about what this is the foundation of everything they plan going forward, right? So they're not like you don't have like two of their weekend guys just coming in, you know, every once in a while take a crack at it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're getting the full, you know, backing of the software team from Xbox and Windows to make this work. And it's not, and I think this is the part that makes it easier to kind of believe will ultimately play out the way you expect it to, is the fact that this is not an Xbox only scenario,
Yeah.
Right. They're literally trying to take Xbox out of the console as that is an Xbox only to, hey, this is the Xbox platform, and that's a first party Xbox device that you can play it on, but also you can go play it on a PC or you can go play it on that handheld, right? Like they're going to put everything they can behind this because they want this to trickle back into Windows. Like they want the biggest group of people that exist in tech, the people who use Windows, like they want them to have that option. They want kids to be like, oh, my parents have this PC, but I can click this button, it takes me to the Xbox full screen experience, almost like I'm turning on the Xbox in my house. So I'm on my PC, but I turn on my Xbox in my PC and it overtakes everything, and now I'm in an Xbox gaming experience. There's nothing that's going to put the name Xbox like attaching it to Windows, right? Yeah. That's what they don't understand. If every Windows device is also an Xbox device, all of a sudden, I mean, just think about how many Windows PCs are sold in every single year of existence, right? It never slows down. It just keeps going.
Yep.
And if Xbox is now defaulted on there as a, hey, do you want to play a game? Click here to go into the Xbox experience, and you click it and it just turns on a console in your PC. Come on, man.
They basically want to be like how the iPad is. You know, like iPad, it might or may not be the number one selling tablet, who knows, but no matter what type of tablet you have, they just refer to it as an iPad. You grab your iPad. You got a Fire tablet, grab your iPad. Samsung Galaxy, go grab your iPad. Everyone calls it a freaking iPad. Or when you go to the store and you go to make a payment and you go to use your phone, everyone says, oh, do you have Apple Pay? Like, no, I don't have Apple Pay. I use Samsung Pay. Or no, I use Google Pay. Guess what? The person on the other side of that register doesn't give a fuck. Just go tap that bitch. If they're going to call it Apple
Literally.
Pay. Like,
literally,
that's what Xbox wants to do.
They ask the same shit every time. Yeah. You bring out your phone, doesn't matter what fucking phone it is, like Apple Pay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every time. That's what Xbox wants to do. Like, basically, it doesn't matter what you pull out your pocket or what controller you have in your hand. They want you to say Xbox.
100%. 100%. Yeah. I definitely see that as the way forward. I think that's 100% what they are doing. And I told y'all a long time ago, the moment that Xbox became bigger, even for one fucking quarter, than Windows, it was over. It was over. That's the moment where Microsoft said, what the fuck? Okay, it's go time. Now we're taking it from here forward. It then became too big to fail.
Yeah.
And that's the reality of it. Okay. It became too big to fail. And they're not going to let it. And they're going to do exactly what they know how to do best, which is take software and make it in such a way that it's just everywhere. And if they take Xbox and just if every single fucking Windows device gets that same notification, hey, go ahead and update it for old people, like for old devices. And then every brand new PC that's sold just is going to part of your boot up, login scenario is going to give you another screen with an Xbox experience. Do you want to create an account or log into the same account as your Microsoft account, right? And it's just going to be nice and simple and easy, right? Oh, you already logged in for your Microsoft account? Great. We could just turn that into an Xbox account. And then you just boom. Oh, and it comes with 3 months of fucking Game Pass Premium.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's what they want to do.
It's a no-brainer, right? It's a no-brainer. And I mean, I think that's the that's the reality of where we are right now with Xbox and Microsoft. We are looking at something that at the end of the day, they are not shying away. They're not looking to just go away or do something small. They want to make a big impact. They want to do something different. They want to define a space that they weren't able to because of the problems that arose from decisions that were made from previous leadership, right? And I think that they're gonna regain their way of doing things, which, you know, as long as that continues to equal them doing massive amounts of investments into their, into the Xbox, into Game Pass. I mean, dude, literally, I know we talked about it, but again, before the price increase, Marvel's fucking Cosmic Invasion wasn't part of the day one lineup.
Yeah.
Post increase, we're going from 50 to 75. Well, motherfuckers, chalk one up to Marvel Cosmic Invasion coming in, and now you got another one on the list, man. Like, that's what we want, right? We want to know that they're going out there and they're going to find these games that mean something, right? That are exciting to get. I'm excited as fuck to be getting this game. I already played it and it was fun as hell. So I could only, like, I can't wait, and it's gonna be day one. Like, that's fire, bro. Like, that's so sick. And that's what it's about, right? Like, that's when the first topic, when we were talking about the Game Awards and talking about all that stuff, the focus of what I wanted to talk about there was like, yes, the awards are great. That's cool. And yes, does it tell you that these games maybe meet some type of bar that a group of people enjoy? Yes, cool. But those are just awards. That is not you having the games in your possession to play. It's not just something that you're going to go ahead and be like, yeah, I'm going to go and buy all these games and just do it. Some people can, sure, but most people can't. Most people don't, right? We know statistically most people are not buying more than one or two of these games. So the fact that as an Xbox gamer, as a Game Pass subscriber, you get access to these games and they go ahead and become something that goes from, man, there's so many games, I have to pick and choose what to buy because I can't buy it all, to, yo, it doesn't matter what comes out on this service, I can just hit download or hit stream and I'm in and I'm playing this game with no questions, no thoughts, no wondering what's going on. I already paid my ticket at the entrance. I'm in this bitch. Whatever shows up, whatever's in the park, I can ride, right? And that's what this is. And they continuously add to it, right? So you're in the park and you're looking in one direction, you turn back the other direction. Oh shit, I was just looking here. Marvel Cosmic Invasion was it here? What the fuck is it doing here? Oh, they just added it. Like, that's phenomenal, right? That is the experience that me, a lifelong gamer who, wanted to be in a scenario where I can play everything that came out as much as I could, right? Because I love playing games, but back then couldn't afford it. Now I can afford it, but I don't have the time to do it, right? So that's the fucked up part, because then all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, but am I gonna have time to play? Well, now I don't have to think about any of that shit. Now I have my handheld. Fucking game comes out. I'm like, yo, I'll find some time to play at some point or another. But I didn't buy it, so I don't have that guilt of like, I bought this game, I didn't even open it yet, right? That doesn't happen for me, man. Now it's just, yo, the game came out. Oh my god, I'm so amped for it. I'm playing it right now, no matter what. Oh, a bunch of games came out. Those games don't really matter to me too much. But you know what? I have 10 minutes to hop on and play a quick game. I'm not going to get into a game that I know that I'm going to get invested in. So let me try one of these other games. That's my favorite thing to do right now, is I grab my Xbox LIX when I have some free moment, or maybe even sometimes like when I'm going to go to bed, I might just grab it and just literally go Game Pass, the most recent releases, and I'll just go and I'll see what, like, I know which ones I played. So if something new came out that I didn't play yet, I'll just try it, see what it is. I either like it immediately and spend my 10 minutes playing that, or I don't, and I move on to another game real quick because I'm not feeling it. And I just keep doing it. And it's just like endless, bro. It's limitless. I have so many games. Like, I don't even think it's possible for me to get to the end of the list because new games keep coming in, right? Like, it's impossible. There's so much in there, and there's so much like little things that are so like good, but things that you would like I would never buy, right? But I get to experience these little slices of gaming, and yeah, maybe I'm not going to stick with it and beat the game, but I still got to experience something that I wouldn't have, right? Like Ball Pit. I wasn't. I saw that shit on the shows.
Never would have bought it.
Never in my life would I have bought it. Now, I'm not saying that I put 20 hours into it, but I put at least like 5. I would say at least 5 hours into that shit, having a good time playing it.
It's a good game.
And that's what we want. That's gaming. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's gaming. Being able to just fucking have fun and just play some shit. You got work, you got stress and other like shit in your life, and then you go ahead and you're like, you know what? My work day is done. There's no more clients. There's nobody else to talk to. Everybody's sleeping, so I can fucking relax. I'm gonna go ahead and I can play some shit that I don't want to necessarily get involved in some big grand adventure right now because I don't want to fucking think about it. Right? I want to keep it low key. Boom, it's available to me. That's what I want, and that is why I cannot wrap my head around these people who claim to love gaming, yet they spend more time talking about what shit sold versus going ahead and enjoying gaming, right? And it's just crazy that that's the way things are, right? Like, obviously here, I admit it, we have a show. We're gonna joke about fucking stupid shit that ponies do all the time. Fuck that. Hell yeah, of course we're gonna do that. It's fun. It's funny, and I get to do it with my peoples. Hell yeah, that's a good time, right? But like, outside of that, come on, man. Why do I give a shit what something sells? I don't care if Microsoft ever makes another dollar. I don't care if they're taking every dollar they make and they're just putting it back in the Game Pass. Every single dollar they make, they just put it back into giving me more games. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. It's all about me. What am I getting from the money I spend? That's what I want. And they are delivering. So you can tell me that I'm all this bullshit that these fucking losers be trying to tell us that we are. But no, homie, I get mine. I am taken care of. I spend one price of admission and I receive way more than the price of my ticket. And I'm enjoying all of it. That is what I am looking for as a gamer right now. And for you people out there who go ahead and try to treat this shit like Game Pass isn't amazing, bro, come on, man. I've had fucking PlayStation Plus. If one game shows up that it's like, oh shit, that's pretty cool, it's a fucking miracle. It's once in a fucking blue moon. These are not the same experiences, bro. Nobody has done what Microsoft is doing. And the fact that the industry wants to ignore it or to downplay it, like, are you fucking shitting me? What first-party entity, what third-party entity released 10 high-quality games in one fucking year? Not fucking Nintendo, hey, we have Mario Odyssey, but I also gonna give you Mario, jump rope and Mario fucking, RPG, whatever the fuck, all these other small fucking games that they make, right? They just spit out bullshit, right? They put their character that they know everybody loves in everything that they fucking sell, and then you guys are like, oh yes, I love Nintendo. It's like, no, like, come on, man, come on. Look at, not only did Xbox release a massive amount of games this year, but they release a lot of new IP. New IP in a world where people are constantly trying to say that gaming is stale, that there's no new ideas. Xbox release fucking Keeper. No new ideas. No, that's stale. No,
Keeper.
That's some unique fucking shit, and it's really well done.
Wow, South of Midnight.
South of Midnight. Come on, man.
Towerborn.
Like,
yeah, 4.
Like the
might be more
shit.
off the top of my head. 4, yeah.
Shit, dude. It's crazy that these people go out there and try to act like it means nothing. Like, no. I've had ridiculous amounts of fun playing these games, having a great time, great experiences, and it still didn't finish. We got fucking Black Ops just dropped. Been having a shit ton of fun playing multiplayer and playing the campaign, having a good time. It's just this world is wild with these people. And again, like, you say what you want, but I'm gonna make fun of them. I don't give a shit. That's just what it is, man. That's just what it is. Oh my god. All right, let me just double check something real quick. Let me see. What do I have here? Oh, okay. All right. Let me take this chapter real quick. Anything else about Sarah and her interview?
I'm ready for the Game Awards. I think we're gonna get some. I would hope we get some sort of announcement there, some sort of reveal. I mean, as much as they've been talking about it, you gotta hope at this point.
I just feel like it doesn't make sense not to.
Yeah.
Like, tease the box, give us a name. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or just start talking about the feature set a little bit, you know.
I mean,
something.
I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? Like,
Yeah.
let's just fucking go. All right, let me take this chapter and then we're gonna move real quick. All right, so talking about games, right? That's what we talk about here. We're very excited about a lot of games coming. Well, you would think that means that, you know, it's getting towards the holidays. We should probably slow down, right? Probably not talk about too much new stuff, right? Not that new is gonna come. Well, not exactly. Fun fact: Xbox partner preview. That's right. On Thursday, Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern time, there is an Xbox partner preview. I'm going to read right from Xbox Wire here. It says, see the latest games from our amazing third-party partners this week. We're excited to reveal that the next Xbox partner preview, our broadcast that shines a light on upcoming games from our talented third-party partners, is coming this Thursday, November 20th. This show will include news on upcoming games from partners, including IO Interactive, Eclipse Glow Games, and THQ Nordic. Plus, some brand new reveals and Game Pass announcements. Now, let me ask you a question before we even read any further. Farrell,
what's up?
Game Pass announcements are going to happen at this show, right?
Yeah.
Question: why not save Marvel Cosmic Invasion?
Because it's one of your smaller announcements.
Fam, a lot of people are very excited about Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
Yes.
Me amongst them. That is a big announcement, right? That's a big announcement. Marvel Cosmic Invasion being
it's coming December 1st, but I feel like they have some heavy hitters that they want to announce on a stage, and they didn't want Marvel Cosmic Invasion kind of gets swept under the rug in that show where they make this big announcement.
So that's what I see. This is the thing. Remember, we went from 50 to 75 day ones, right? 50 to 75. Now, to be fair, we don't even know the first 50, right, for upcoming, right? We don't know what that is, but they have a lot to fill. And I don't know. I feel like this would have been a game that you go ahead and get into this show. The fact that it's not in this show leads me to believe that, like you just said, they have bigger announcements. Now, I'm not saying like, you know, the like super crazy shit, but I mean, why? I feel like you could still just, you would have just squeezed this in the show. It takes 2 seconds, show a trailer and say, hey, coming day one on Game Pass. You didn't know. Yep. Now you know. So that's exciting to me, right? Let's continue. It says, during Xbox Partner Preview, we'll show you an exciting first look at content coming to 007 First Light, an electrifying extended gameplay trailer for the upcoming dark fantasy epic Tides of Annihilation, which that, if I remember it correctly, the last time we saw it looked amazing. So we're going to see some more of that, and a fresh look at Reanimal. That is the new horror adventure from the creator of Little Nightmares, among other great games heading to Xbox consoles, Xbox on PC, and Xbox Game Pass. Every time I hear it, it just feels so good. You know what I'm saying? It just feels so good. Says, additionally, all the games featured during Xbox Partner Preview are Xbox Play Anywhere, which means you can enjoy every single one of them across console, PC, and supported gaming handhelds with just one copy of the game. You know, I got to tell you, man, they are making a lot of fast moves with Xbox Play Anywhere.
Yes.
Like, this shit is leapfrogging itself. Like, it's growing exponentially at this point.
Do you remember I brought this up like maybe a couple episodes ago, if you heard about this event, and that the reason that this event was taking place is because the Ally X sold so much more than they were expecting that they decided to have a dedicated Play Anywhere event. Like, a lot of developers are hopping on board with the Play Anywhere because of the success of the handheld.
Absolutely, bro.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, it's real because, I mean, let's be real. There's not a lot of double dippers in the world, right? Yeah, sure. Some people do, but most people don't, right? So most people are choosing one place or another to play it. And, you know, in this day and age, the battle is for time, right? So if you have a game that's out and you make it where if they buy it on Xbox, that's the only place they're going to get it. That means the only time they're playing that game is when they're on their couch, right? But if you make it Xbox Play Anywhere, all of a sudden, if they are at the office, they can download, you know, the game and play on their PC, or if they got the handheld, they can go on their lunch break and play for 20 minutes or an hour, depending on how long.
Well, now with xCloud, you can just log into the web browser. You don't have to download anything. So if you're at work, you know, as long as you have access to the website, you know, you can kind of do your thing. Yeah. So,
I mean, listen, you're not wrong, right? You're not wrong, and that's really the thing, man. I think that this is such a huge move because I remember all like the hit pieces. Oh my god, they got to get this Xbox Play Anywhere going. And it's like, fam, they just announced this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just started it. Like, let them cook. And bro, they're cooking. That other show, the Tokyo Game Show, the one that I have such disdain for because I woke up so goddamn early and they barely had any Game Pass shit in there. The only thing they had for Game Pass was stuff we already knew, and obviously Forza. That whole thing was Xbox Play Anywhere. There was so much Xbox Play Anywhere there. And now we have a whole nother show for another round of Xbox Play Anywhere. Like, this is like sometimes you look at what's happening and you have to understand that you can think whatever you want. The proof is in the pudding, right? The proof is in the pudding. And if devs and publishers are like, yo, I want to do that, you convince me. I want my game everywhere for the price of one purchase. You got me. Like, that's huge. These are people walking away from potential money to get people who might potentially double dip. Just say, fuck it. One purchase, give it to them. I don't give a shit.
Show me where it makes sense. Like, if you show me where it makes sense, I'll consider it. That's basically what, these developers are saying. And, if people are going to have access to this handheld, if the Xbox full screen experience is going to be the default experience that most people have whenever they pick up a PC handheld, if they're showing them what Windows 12 looks like behind the scenes and how Xbox is integrated into it and all the things they're going to be able to do, if they're showing them, the new dev kits and how once you develop the PC version, you automatically develop the Xbox version. I mean, there's a lot of things that they're showing these people to say, hey, this makes sense for me. And we're seeing developers say, hey, this makes sense for me. It's showing up in the fact that we're getting more Play Anywhere titles. So kudos to them. It works out for us as customers. I'm happy with it.
Dude, honestly, like I was for a moment at Tokyo Game Show, and it's not like I already had heard the announcements before. How, like, remember, Xbox literally has already come out and said that they're investing more in Game Pass than they've ever invested before, right? Like, it's just a stupid amount. And like then they did that Play Anywhere, and it's like, damn, like they're also investing in that a lot as well. You know what I'm saying? Like they're really pushing that, but they're also pushing Game Pass. Like they're like, no one's being left behind. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all encompassing. They are big enough to not only be talking to people about Game Pass, but they're talking to people about putting your shit everywhere with one purchase to us. One purchase to Xbox gets everywhere. Not if you buy the game on PlayStation, not if you buy it on Nintendo, not if you buy it on Steam, not Epic Games. So if you buy it through us, you're going to get it on your PC, your handheld, your console, your phone, whatever else we can make this bitch run on, right? Like, that is phenomenal, man. What a fucking huge boost in such a small amount of time. Let me continue. Says Xbox Partner Preview is all about bringing you news from our partners across the globe, be it release date announcements, fresh new gameplay from upcoming titles, and world premieres of unannounced new games. World premieres of unannounced new games. I'm very excited. We're in fucking November, and we're still gonna be getting new game announcements. That's so dope.
Yeah, usually this time of year that quiets down.
Yeah, like it's like, all right, guys, don't expect too much from us because we're taking breaks. Holidays coming, and they're like, nah, Thanksgiving is next week in the US, but we're gonna bang one out right before. You know what I'm saying? So, and then it says, we're also excited to reveal that Jennifer English, who portrays Tides of Annihilation protagonist Gwendolyn, is our voiceover artist for the show. She is also in Claire Obscura Expedition 33. So I just learned that because she's nominated for some shit. So for her performance. So, and as always, Xbox Wire will post exclusive deep dives and behind the scenes stories about select titles shown during the broadcast. And again, it is the 20th, this Thursday at 1 p.m. So yes, it's gonna be freaking wild, man. Like
it's tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 20th. Oh no. Oh crap!
No.
I'm fucked up because the show goes into the next day.
You gotta get through the whole day tonight. Go to sleep, wake up, whole day. Then
I forget this show starts on one day and ends on another. So
we just try to make it easy for everybody to feel like they spent the time the right way. Nobody wants to go to bed on a Tuesday night. No. People want to go to bed on Wednesday. It makes you feel young, right? It makes you feel like you went out partying and you didn't you didn't get back till the next day, right? You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. It's all part of the design. All right. Anything again, Thursday, this is going down. Anything left for this before we kind of talk about the last thing we're going to talk about?
No, I'm excited about it. I think it was really cool that they pre-announced like some of the bigger titles are going to be day one, like 007. Like that kind of makes your decision for you. Like if you're a person that's on the fence, oh, maybe I'll get this on PlayStation, maybe I'll get this on Steam. Oh, it's play anywhere. I'll get it on Xbox if you have access, to multiple devices. So I kind of like that they're getting ahead of and let us know, like, oh no, these big games, they're play anywhere on Xbox.
Absolutely. It's smart. Get ahead of it now. All right. So last one. This is going to be short, and this is really just to talk shit. I'm not going to lie. But I'm going to get my chapter. All right. So, as you all know, I famously bought a Nintendo Switch 2 against my wife's will because I thought Donkey Kong looked cool. Then I played it for a hot 20 minutes and haven't touched it since. And that was the end of my journey with my Switch 2. But I was holding out for Metroid Prime 4. Yes, Metroid Prime 4 is a game that has been like, it wasn't announced like in 2018 or some shit like that. It's like super old, right? Super duper old.
It looks old.
And I went ahead and, thought that I was gonna buy it, right? Like I was already kind of planning for it. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get this game. I have no other thing I can buy on this fucking Switch, so might as well get it. But then they released the last trailer, and I watched that trailer, and I couldn't, in good conscience, say that I was gonna be able to buy that game. That would be a problem. But even then, I was like, damn. But should I? Because it's the only fucking thing that they have. And then, thankfully, Doodle stepped in with her, elbow to the chin, like, shut it down, bro. That's not happening. You don't want that crap. You know it. Just live it. And you're right. I don't want it. And then, even if there was little thoughts in my head, like, I know I don't want it, but fuck, what do I have this Switch for? Then I saw this. And this was the final nail in the fucking coffin of my Metroid Prime 4 fucking ridiculous, stupid ass idea of purchasing. Okay. Somebody went ahead on Twitter and said, this is guy Tripster says, dude said Metroid Prime 4 looks like Temu Halo, right? I couldn't agree more. Halo on the 360 looks vastly better than this. Nintendo is doing a disservice to this franchise. Metroid Prime deserves better. Okay. Now, when he said that, I hadn't seen the thing. I was just reading it, and I was like, that's interesting. Halo 4 is old as fuck. Now, came out 360 right at the end, and it was amazing back then, and it still looks amazing now if you play it on one of the better consoles, on Xbox. Obviously, it updates it and makes it look better and all that shit. So I was like, but there's no way that Halo 4 he puts 2012. I don't know if it's 2012. I don't remember 100%, but it was definitely end of 360 times. So Halo from 2012, there's no way that Metroid Prime 4 from 2025 will get shitted on by that. Like, that's just not possible, right? So then I saw this. So I think we should watch it together. Okay. And then, we can kind of decide for ourselves. On the left is Metroid Prime 4. On the right is Halo 4. First party games. Okay. First party Xbox, first party Nintendo. Sound is coming from the Metroid side. Bro, what the fuck am I looking at right now?
This is the unknown planet.
What am I looking at? Look at this fucking forest
here
that Metroid
Samus
Prime
finds
had
a
you
burning
walking
jungle
through.
with a colossal
Look
tree
at
in the
Halo
center.
on the right side of that shit, my dude.
In order to survive and escape this planet that she was unexpectedly transported to, Samus must scan stone figures and other relics to carve a path forward.
I feel like I'm back in 2012 watching her shit. Like
Yeah, it looks like very much like an indie game.
Hordes, alien creatures living in the jungle, are waiting to strike.
Dude, look at
the sound is horrible.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the sound design is horrible. I hate what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, man. I don't know how people with a straight face can look at Metroid Prime 4 and tell me that that game is fucking worth playing in 2025. Bro, you're better off going back to play Metroid Prime 1 than play Metroid Prime 4. This shit looks so bad. Forget about even talking about the new shit that came up with the fuck is it? That fucking human that walks around with you. Oh my god, the voice acting on that dude is so bad. It's so bad. It's crazy. Like I can't. Bro, is it just me? Is it just me?
No, I don't think it's just you. I mean, I'm at a point now where I just feel like Nintendo gamers need to go Wii U and just show them that we're just not going to support this product, because I feel like Nintendo can make stronger hardware. Like we weren't asking for much for them to say, hey, match the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck's only $300. It's cheaper than the Switch 2. Like, we're not asking for much here. Like, come on, give us some legitimate hardware. Make some games. Like, up your budgets a little bit, because this to me, it's not acceptable. Like, it's not acceptable for you to drop a brand new console in 2025 and this is like the peak performance of the device. I don't think it's acceptable. I just don't.
Bro, I can't even, man. But I'm telling you, it's like God said, hey, if you have any doubts, let me show you this shit real quick. Okay. I much rather go back and just play Halo 4 and just relive that amazing game than to go. First of all, when I was watching that trailer, just by itself, without any comparison to Halo 4, I was like, what am I watching? Why does this look so bad? Right? The fucking motorcycle bike shit that he's on looks so bad. Like it's just so bad, my dude. Like I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're supposed to.
I don't think there's much else to say. Like it looks bad. It sounds bad. It like I feel like N64 games look better than this. I really do.
I mean, it's
to an extent. I do. To an extent, I do feel like some N64 games, like that's just my memory of it. But like a game, like this is like a GameCube game.
Yeah, like, I think that's the crazy shit. Like it
like
really
if you put this up against like MGS remake, that what they made exclusively for the Nintendo GameCube, it would hold up against this. Not saying it would look better, but it would hold up. it would be close.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just I don't know. I think they need to do better. I just do. Like, I'm really not trying to be a Nintendo hater. Like, I just want to see more from them than what they're giving us. They're capable, So it's like,
I mean, but this is the thing. Like, I have to hate because I spent the money.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like, I bought the Switch too, and it's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened? Why did this happen? They just I feel like they just gave up. They just said, fuck it. Like, we've reached the level of where we're going to go with this. And they're just going to stick to their cartoon worlds with no textures or any of that shit. The next Zelda will be another cartoon. It will not, like, they'll never reach the heights of that tech demo they did for GameCube, bro. It'll never happen. I know Twilight Princess was supposed to be that. It didn't look as good. It did. This is real wild. Amit Kumar says they announced Metroid Prime 4 in 2017. 8 years they've been working on this and they couldn't put fucking grass on the ground. A fucking twig. Nothing. That's real crazy. That's real crazy. All right. Needless to say, I'm not getting Metroid Prime 4. All right. They've officially fucking done. I'm done. I'm not doing it. What a fucking shit show that shit is. Man. So no thanks. I'm good. Anything else you got for Metroid or Nintendo?
No. I really wish that Nintendo would have tried a little harder with their next generation hardware. I hope it bites them in the butt. I really do. They've shown that they have the ability to recover quickly, so them taking that L on the Switch 2 wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
Yeah, I kind of hope so too, because they really, like, at what point are they gonna just fucking like stop? Like, it's different where if you like caught up to like the series level, you know what I'm saying? And you're like, all right, I'm at the series level. Games are gonna be made at this level anyway. So we're good. But this is like embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? And I know that people will say, oh, well, Digital Foundry did some tests on some other games that look better. And it's like, cool. Okay, great. Cool story. Where the fuck is Nintendo? Where the fuck is Nintendo on their own console showing me what the fuck looks good? Showing me why I bought a fucking Switch 2. Got played by them, played by PlayStation with this "we believe in generations" bullshit. Fuck these people, man. Bullshit. All right. That's it, man. That's the motherfucking show. Thank you all for rocking out with us, man. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. See, we got a lot of viewers over on Twitter. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube and our one Twitch watcher who just watches there randomly for no reason. Guys, thank you all so much for rocking out with us. Appreciate you. Shout out to our boy Madman, who was on the show earlier, giving us his opinion on the Game Awards. It was so dope to have him. So appreciate our boy. Of course, my homie, motherfucking Foul Bizarre in the building, man. Let everybody know where to find you, when you're going live, what you got going on. Let them know.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? You can find me tomorrow. You can find me tomorrow on YouTube right here. Vitamin G Podcast.
Wednesday tomorrow, not like
Oh,
Today's,
not Thursday. Yeah,
not
Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I occasionally make videos on my own channel. I'll drop the links in the chat. Go ahead, subscribe to the channel, check it out, and look forward to seeing you guys. I saw Bounty last week. That was good to see him.
Nice. That's dope.
I've seen a couple people pop up, but Bounty popped in my head. Someone I saw last week. So good to see you guys. We'll be definitely talking about the hot industry topics that are going on right now. Tomorrow. So look forward to seeing you guys.
Very cool, man. Well, thank you again, brother. Appreciate you being here, man. And of course, we will be back on Thursday. Now, I think I'm gonna be able to work out doing the show for the live stream. So because I think I want to watch this partner preview live. So I think we're gonna stream it. And then of course we'll be back Thursday night for community game night. So if you haven't been around, we're gonna play Black Ops 7. I'll probably start with some campaign to start, maybe jump into some zombies, and then we're gonna go into multiplayer. So mark your calendars. Thursday night, 8 p.m. it'll start. We're gonna do like multiplayer like around 10 15, somewhere around there. And we're just gonna rock out, man. We're gonna have a good time. So definitely come back, check us out for We Doing It Live on Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern. And then Friday night, man, we'll be back with Hargeet and Demo with the night shift. Let's talk gaming. That's 8 p.m. Eastern time. Definitely be there for that. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle, we're done. Until next time, you're intruding.